Hello guys, just realized you've not been able to listen to the music. How sad. Unfortunate for you guys. However, great for us because we are now here ready to cast some StarCraft 2 with you. Alright. Hello, everybody. How are we feeling? How are we doing? I'm Wardy. Of course, we're back. Yes. Here we are. The return. What the heck are we casting? I kind of like Solar Arc Fire, to be honest. Let's do Solar Arc Fire. Round of 16. We probably catch another round of 16 after this as well. It's WardiTV Mondays. If you've not seen the bracket yet, it's already looking good. Cool. How's everyone feeling? Thank you so much, Anchor, coming in with the 6-month resub on the YouTube. I love to see that. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for supporting. Again, good to see you at home story last week. Was it already last week? Oh my god. Yeah, I've obviously I've been away a few days, guys. I've been away a week. The last time we casted was a Tuesday a week ago, so it's been a few days. We are going to be heating it up this week with some more StarCraft again. So yeah, we took a week. We're going to be off. We're going to come back, and yeah, that's going to be kind of the vibe. I'd say I'm refreshed and stuff, but honestly, I don't know. StarCraft's in a weird place, but we're going to try and enjoy some games today. Have a good day of it and stuff like that. We got some things to talk about as well. I hope Alan had a good birthday and you had a good weekend together. Yeah, we actually did have a really fun weekend. And yeah, what's up, Patron Head Dragoon? Thank you so much for the 1-year resub on Twitch as well. Happy Monday to you as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thanks to the resubs, guys. Obviously, you might have a sub available to share. If you do, please do share it. We've been gone a week, and before that, obviously, we're kind of gone as well because of Home Story Cup. So it's really been one of the quieter periods we're going to have this entire year. It's pretty much one of the quietest periods we're going to have. So, yeah, support if you can. Got a couple things to talk about today. One of them being that we are going to be yeah, we're going to be talking a bit about a couple of things. We're actually going to try we're going to try and launch. I feel a bit awkward about this one, but like it is the thing, and we're going to try it out because apparently, you know, well, in this day and age, we all know that we have to make as much money as we can to support StarCraft, and so we are going to be trying to run a 24/7 stream, which we've set up. So if you guys want to check it out already, it is live. I've put it live this morning. I'm not sure if it's going to work, honestly. It might not. This might be something we try and we just whatever we give up on. I know Locos obviously had a 24/7 stream recently too, but if you guys want to hang out and we'll just watch Wardy content pretty much 24/7, we're going to do that now. If you !247 in the Twitch chat, I'll give you the link over to WardiTV 2 because WardiTV is taken. I had no idea what to call this thing. Yeah, you can give it a follow already, and yeah, you can TLDR basically just give it a follow, and obviously we'll rate it over. I'm not going to rate it all the time, but I'll rate it the first couple of days and stuff, and it'll just be there in case you guys want to watch games. And the coolest thing is that we actually are going to be playing games from like years ago, so it's basically going to run through all of my YouTube content as long as it works. So right now it's going to start off in 2018. So currently it's playing games from 2018's Kung Fu Cup games. So you can check it out over here. Like I say, I'm going to mention it a few times, get some follows on it. I think over the next few days we should be able to get affiliated. We can run some ads on it, and by my calculations, we might be able to fund like a couple of Monday Cups a month if this does decently okay. But yeah, there's already like 2018 games going on, so I decided to start us off in 2018. What we'll do is when we have bigger events as well, we'll use it as like a rebroadcast for like a big event. If we just did a big stream, we can rebroadcast that and then go back to the old stuff wherever it was at as well. So some plans to kind of figure that out in the future, but for now, that's just there. If you want to check it out, give it a follow already so you can see it. And yeah, obviously don't interact with it if you don't want to. There's absolutely no pressure to or anything. I know not everyone's into that. Bungie don't care, but we're gonna give it a go. We're gonna try it out. Time flies, mate. You should hear me talking in some of these. You should hear me talking in some of these VODs. I listened to myself a little bit because I've been making the playlists for it, and I was like, oh my god, and like going through some of the matches and being like, man, I remember that match. And I was like, oh my god, that was 8 freaking years ago. Like, what the hell are we doing? Like, what are we doing? The fact that this was 8 years ago, like, that's actually crazy. Actually crazy. Rebroadcast sounds nice too. Yeah, I mean, sometimes we, you know, for bigger events, we, you know, keep the channel live or something after and rebroadcast it. But like, say when we do like a WardiTV championship and stuff like this, and you know, we have a really good long stream, we can put that onto the 24/7 channel after and like run that for a couple of days before we go back to just the overall playlist or so. So, yeah, but like I say, that's a thing. We'll rate it a couple of times and see how it goes. I do actually have VODs from earlier than 2018, but man, when I listen to them, the audio quality just isn't there. 2018 is when I got my studio, and I moved away from casting at home, so it's when I first, like, it was one of my first upgrades when it came to, like, the audio setup, and while it's not the best, it was significantly better than what we had, because before then, I was casting off of one of these, like, the Blue Yeti microphones, which was, like, back then, this was like the OG streamer microphone, you know? Like, this was the microphone people used to commentate games and cast stuff and so on and so forth. So, yeah, it was kind of a funny one to kind of listen back to some of those, and I was like, no, I just couldn't actually put the 2017 games into the playlist. I also changed how the YouTube worked in, like, 2018 to 2019-ish is when I started to like upload more specifically one good series per day instead of just uploading everything. So I thought 2018 was a good point to just kick off with and kind of go from there and so on and so forth. And yeah, he bought a Blue Yeti in 2020. It's still Chris. The quality held up pretty good. It's a great microphone. I mean, it was great back when we used it. Just people got better and moved on. And oh god, sorry, I should be observing. Sorry, I forgot I'm not. I'm in charge here. Yeah, it's one of those microphones. It's really good, and it's really good for the price. It's just everybody got like mixers and like compressors and like really good microphones. So when you go back to listen to it now, it's like, it's honestly like if you were talking to someone over like, I was about to say Skype, talk about throwbacks, but like if you're talking to like friends over Discord and stuff, and you have a Yeti, no one's gonna notice, you know, like it's gonna be fine. But I feel like once you get onto a stream, if you're using a Yeti in 2026, people are going to be like, Especially if you go back to listening to it from that compared to before, so yeah. Alrighty, Arc Fire versus Solus and PVZ here to kick us off and get things underway as we continue on through and look to see what will be happening in some more StarCraft 2 here. Rainfall is our opening map. Thank you so much, Booyah, for all 41-month resub. Monday on a Tuesday must be a Wardy stream. You know it. And Hummy255 on the 42-month resub on the Prime. Thank you so much, both of you, for the big resubs. 41 and 42. We appreciate you big time. Yeah, guys, obviously I was away over the weekend. We only got back like yesterday afternoon, so I missed the usual Monday stream timing. But we are here for Monday Cups on Mondays for the next few weeks after this one. Funnily enough, WardiTV Mondays 100 is probably going to have to be a Tuesday deal because me and Helen are away that weekend again. So number 100 is probably going to be on a Tuesday, which is very fitting, but otherwise we're pretty much back to the Mondays. In August, it's going to get a little bit weird because Helen actually gets some surgery done in August. So I'm not sure like what my stream schedule is going to look like really, because I'm going to be a little bit here and there and everywhere basically. So yeah, like I say, not 100% sure. But, yeah, not 100% sure, but we'll be, there might be some more Monday Cups on Tuesdays and stuff like that, or we might even skip a week or two finally. But, I'm just not too sure. As these things get in, they get the Adept, they get the Probe, and they're going to get this Nexus. Going to grab this, take that down, and that's going to be lovely for the moment. It's going to be a cancel, so good job stuff from Solar, as Arc Fire unable to capitalize too much early on. Right away there. Everyone uses the Shure SM7B. Yeah, everyone really does use this. I find it really crazy because, okay, I'm not an audio person, so I can't hear the difference. Obviously, I use like an actual broadcast headset, you know, where the mic's built into the headset. I can't do it any other way. Like, I just can't have this microphone in front of my face. In fact, when you listen back to me when I cast on the Yeti, like in 2017 and 2016, one of the issues is that I'd be casting and then all of a sudden I'd be like casting from over here because I just can't sit still with this thing in front of my face. So I'd start like moving around and turning away from it. It was terrible. So I have to have a headset. And like, I don't know. I feel like the quality is absolutely fine, so I always never really heard the difference myself. And you know, they use these freaking headsets at like IEM, ESL. You know, I see people using these headsets, and when I watch like NFL and shit, like, man, like I think these headsets are pretty okay. 99% of people don't know the audio difference in them. You know, the 1% get triggered. They're like, no, you can hear the blood, the waveform is doing the thingy. You know. Yeah. Cult Queens is going to poke at the Oracles. It's going to come back around. And it's going to be seeing the Robo Facility Gate and the Forge. Battery coming back through. Oracle's going to try and see what's going on. What's up, Roxas? Yeah, I'll let him know that you're trying to get back online. I will let him know. Cool. Message him. Perfecto. One thing you can't do with a headset is quality opera. Fortunately, we don't specialize in opera on this channel. I don't know if you've noticed. We actually mostly just talk. Isn't that just crazy? We just talk. You can hear the difference. You don't think about it. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, like, yeah. I mean, everyone's different. Like, I really cannot. Then again, I also couldn't hear the difference between like th and th for like 10 years or something as well. So I think in some of the very early videos that are on the 24/7 channel, I think some of the very early videos there also have this have me just not being able to pronounce the th and the th again, because it was like around that time I really put effort into figuring it out. But yeah. Crazy. Anyways, we're watching some PvZ, guys. Eric Fire's going up to a nice fast 4 bases because thankfully 8 workers have made it so that we make more choices in the game, and hence we don't just macro up blindly, apart from this time. But yeah, Sol obviously, I mean, Sol had some good aggression early. The lane run bys were pretty effective. You got some value in. He's going into an infestation pit as he sets up here. The muscular augments and +1 missiles both building through, so he's set up to kind of be upgraded on these hydras and so, but I kind of feel as though this is not a position where he's A, looking to push because he's getting the infestation pit, and B, I don't think it's a position where he's not necessarily looking to push this position. I don't think he's going to be pushing this position, so yeah. See what happens. Stasis wards are going to come down. A few units are still gathering together. Adept, Stalker, Sentries, and so just gathering up right there as you see the Hydra, Roach, Ravager force. Actually going to spread for a moment or two and look for a chance to commit into this upper position right now. As we get ready to see a couple of lanes going down. Like I say, Sol's got an infestation pit behind this. That means he's set to play in the future, but it doesn't stop him from trying the, testing the waters here. The 2 Colossus actually can put in a lot of work, especially if they hit Hydras especially. They don't have range yet though, which is a little scary. Stasis catches a few units, maybe not quite as many as he would have liked. A few Lings get around the back as well, and Arc Fire already down 11 probes from this base. The Colossus are just not going to hold up. This is oftentimes just the issue with opening the Colossus. It's like getting to the Colossus as well as the support units is extremely difficult to get to. And in this case, Solo just hits hard. Like I said, it was a pretty good early game from Solo too. Some of those smaller advantages that build up a little bit over time early are pretty significant as well. In this case, that's going to be enough to get the GGs. We're going to head ourselves over to a game 2 in just a couple of moments. Hey, there's 5 Korean players confirmed to the next Home Story Cup. Who would I like to see there? The concept of there being players confirmed for Home Story Cup 30 is great. I know that this was Dennis or Naruto who said this, but like the concept that the tournament that's not invited players until like a month before has people confirmed 9 months out is bonkers in my mind. This is it's crazy. Yeah. Who would we like to see there? Are these all pre-recorded? Nope, this is live, mate. This is live. I mean, honestly, if I'm a Korean player, I am trying my absolute best to get to Home Story Cup 30 and play, because there's not a lot to play in right now anymore anyway. Home Story Cup 30 is going to be a bigger thing. I think everyone's going to want to be there, to be honest. I think everyone's going to want to be there. Roxas, are you getting online, or do you want me to just give the walk over to Percival? I said you were coming, but I don't know where you're at in terms of regrouping. As we get into game number 2, on the bottom left-hand side, it's Soul. On the top right, it's Fire. Who the heck is Fire? He's only one of the higher-ranked Protoss in Europe. Is he necessarily a favorite against Solar? Absolutely not. But Fire is good, man. He just played at Home Story Cup, where he got 3rd place in his Home Story Cup group over Showtime, for example. So yeah, dude's pretty good. Like I say, obviously, if you expect him to necessarily be the answer to Solar today, it's not going to be the case. But we're also in the early rounds. So we get set to go. We have our probe heading across the map, trying to see what's happening. And just going to be seeing the gateway and the assimilator continue to come about here. A hatchery coming up as well from Solar as we bring that into place. Early stage is just going to be nice and calm and collected. Just get it rolling here for a few moments, get this sorted out. Heads up, Clem played TVT yesterday. Did he actually play TVT? So I saw that he played PVT in the upper bracket, and then the grand final, it said he played TVT on the Wikipedia. Did that actually happen? I didn't know if it was just like a thing or not. It was against Bjorn in the finals, right? Yeah, I didn't know if this was like actually a thing or not. He played TVT vs Q and in the finals? Yeah, that's crazy. Clem playing TVT. I mean, I think it's especially wild because I think PVT is pretty good for Protoss, but I also think the one thing that's always killed Clem a lot is, like, Clem's PVT is especially good when you get to the late stage of the game. And I think right now Terrans are really starting to figure out some really good early to mid game timings. And because of that, and that is the one position where Terran has been improved. You know, like, we complained about this a week or two ago, right, where it's like, my problem currently with TVP is we basically made each race better in the stage of the game they were already really good in. So it's like, you know, it makes it an even more polarizing matchup. But, you know, I think that really plays against Clem, who succeeds so well in the late game, but sometimes does struggle in the early game. And he has some sick holds as well, but yeah. Replay cast? Nope, this is live, guys. This is live. I don't know why everyone's asking about replays, but it is not a replay, so we are live today. I was talking about the 24/7 stream, which is from, you know, it is something else, but this right now, WardiTV Mondays, is live. Oh, is it because it's Mondays and it's a Tuesday? Yeah, I was away yesterday, so we moved the Monday Cup to a Tuesday. I see it. Yeah, okay. It's one of those ones. No, this is live. It's just WardiTV Mondays on a Tuesday. Yes, I should have specified that in the title, maybe. Yeah. No, we are live, guys. We are live. Apologies for that, as we have ourselves a few links just nibbling through. And, yeah. Yeah, we call it WardiTV Mondays, even if it gets moved a day, because otherwise we don't run the tournament, right? Or we call it something different, and then it gets really awkward for tracking stuff, and yeah. People are not immune to WardiTV Monday on a Tuesday. I know, I just presumed that everyone just knew that this was fine, you know? Look, it's a Monday to me, because if we don't have WardiTV Mondays on a Monday, it means that Tuesday is usually my first day in the work week, so to me it's still a Monday, you know? Are you guys all telling me that you don't schedule your lives around WardiTV Mondays? Like the week doesn't begin until WardiTV Monday happens, you know? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't believe this. Maybe I should say dates the future people don't get confused. Nah, I think that's more exciting. I think it's even more exciting. Monday's a mindset, exactly. Implying I even know what day it is. Okay, it was the 10th on Friday, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th today, guys. 14th of July, 2026. in the UK right now. I mean, in Australia, it's probably like the freaking 15th already, so then they're going to get confused. There's no winning here. There's no winning for Solo either in this early stage of the game. Oracle gets 5 kills, which is a pretty effective start. Very good beginning. We've seen the little revelation coming down as well. The few Zerglings are still running up towards the upper right-hand side. There's 2 Adepts over to the far right as well. Just going to get the Lings wrapping around here. The Oracle will activate, and a couple of those Lings already getting chased away for a few moments. That melee upgrade starting on the Evo chamber. Again, 10 more Lings coming about. Charge, the Forge, a couple of probes, and the Nexus all coming through. Additional gates being built. And take a few moments to resettle ourselves right now. Aussie's always confused. Yeah, I mean, the world's basically back to front for them, I feel like, all the time. Okay, what's up, Mayhem? 91 months on the tier freaking 3. Don't even go to work yesterday since my week starts Bloody Monday. Yeah, exactly. This is, this is how it should be. Calling sick. Sorry. I mean, all you have to do is bring up the Twitch VOD, right? You know, look, there was no WardiTV Monday today. It can't possibly be Monday. It'll be legalized soon, I'm sure. Tuesdays suck more. There's no WardiTV Monday, and you still have to work. That's how they get you. Lings are going to attack. A few probes going down. The Oracle's going to activate after a few Zerglings as well. Actually going to get a bunch of those Lings. It's going to be very successful. Obviously, we lost 3 probes in a pylon, but we get ourselves the cleanup. Very successful from a solo arrow fire, just about getting the defense off in the end. Charge the +1 coming through. Prism and the Temple Archives, the gateways also continue to produce on buy at the moment. These guys are another call of probes continuing about. Oracle activating, the Ling or 2 going to get caught. Warp in a couple of sentries along with this. That +1 attack upgrade coming up on the Forge as well. So just continue to bring that into place. And yeah, Lair, Hatchery, the Feelings, the Overlords, the melee upgrade coming through. Temple Archives coming up to being about halfway done. Just going to see another Zealot getting warped in. The Zerglings are going to hit at the front, going to start working on this Stalker. A couple of Zealots and the Oracles are going to get there to clean that out, push that away. The rest of these Lings looking to run through as well, as the Lings are now going to be here with the Banes already rolling. I say rolling, but they're waddling into this mineral line. We actually don't even, I was going to say, we don't even really want to use the Banes on those last few probes because the Lings could just take them on. The Banes walk into Zealots instead. Okay, this was 12 workers, but this was a lot of units used from Solar. He's also only after this, despite killing 12 workers, only like 7 workers ahead, so his economy is down to have been able to do this. And the fact that Arcfire is just still alive is obviously very good news for him. Yeah. So I just had to time with the Archon Morphin sound as the Carapace upgrade comes up from a Solar back at home. We've got an Evolution Chamber on the way, add an Infestation Pit into the mix as well. And those Lings are going to start moving across the map. A couple creep teamers pushing forward out over the right side, letting that creep forward on the map in general as well as a big positive as the Archons and the Sentries take a moment. Another Overseer gets knocked down already. The few Lings still caught in that stasis. And the Oracles will continue to gather nearby as we just see a couple creep teamers continue to come about this hatchery. Both on the far left getting set up, the gold and blue minerals being mined on the 6 o'clock base, and it's a lot of units here from Arcfire looking to continue pushing forward. A few more Zealots warp in, the Archons stepping forward. Ling being queen. Going to be here. The Archons have a lot of potential here, but we've got to be able to save them a little bit with this prison. What are we doing, Arcfire? I feel like he was meant to drop one of these Archons off and lift this other one up, but it just didn't quite go that way. The prison was moving around as though it was trying to. I don't know if that's just a ping issue for a moment or so there or so, but that wasn't quite what we expected. You go with some Archon micro of that prison. There was potential. If you're never surrounded, the damage output from those Lings is going to be so minimal. Could have been a huge factor. That was definitely a little unfortunate. You can have so many Archons as well, which is obviously very good against Ling Bane, but is there just too much Ling Bane will be the question. Well, Ling's on the other side of the map looking to counterattack. There's an opening in that wall off. There's a Adept needs to get back there. Okay, we warp in. Solo didn't die for it. He's already delayed the 4th base by running in with those Lings because the drone was on its way over to make the 4th hatch. Bane still don't have Bane speed. Bane speed only just begun. The problem is you can't save all of these Archons. You can just do as much as you can with them, and there's a point where these Archons can't tank any further shots, and we're getting to that point very quickly right now. As this Archon drops back off, It's a massive warp in as well to go along with this. +2 attack upgrade coming up. The Ultra Cavern's over halfway done. The Zard Archon combination just going to push on forward. There's a Spine Crawl still coming into play. And these Archons are going to swing themselves at these Lings. As one Archon goes down, 2 of 3 Archons go down. The rest Gazelles get busted by the Banes, and Aragfire's attack is going to come crumbling down right here. As, just because he was pure Archon, there was nothing else to really support the Archons. The Archons had to kind of tank everything. Lings is going to jump onto the 4th base again, which means that Aragfire is not getting set up, and at this point you can send aggression elsewhere too. Still no Bane speed, but these Banes will waddle into this mineral line. A very slow approach. We'll only get a handful of workers. Might just want to blow up on the cannon. Yeah, I mean, actually has a couple Banes left, but the Stalker Warp-In is actually very good to save us here. Actually, if this Baneling had actually just walked over, in fact, it will still happen, still gets a ton of probes. Yeah, unfortunately, Aragfire, a tough first opponent of the day, and is going to come out to be in pretty much all Solar's favor, as this first match is definitely looking as though it's going to go his way at this point. I mean, Aragfire is going to counterattack again. Solar used a lot of units counterattacking, right? So there is the argument to make where it's like, okay, maybe you don't have quite enough at home, but we're about to get Ultras, and the Ultras are such a cool upgrade and such a cool addition in comparison, so it's going to be a really nice add-on here, as I just don't think we survive. I mean, we don't have Chitinous Plane yet. The Lingston Threat and the wraparounds, the Queen's Up transfusions, the damage output is more than good enough. +2 melee is actually shredding as well, so it's also just nice. This Oracle just about gets away. Aragfire kills 6 drones. It's a small amount of damage, and the issue is, again, is that if this was maybe still on Ling Bane or Solar, maybe there's a way for Aragfire to take some good trades. He is not set to deal with Ultras at all. The first Immortal begins to build, but it's going to take a long time to get a good amount of Immortals up, and again, we've lost so much of the supporting cast that's meant to help those Immortals stay alive to then deal damage to the Ultras as well, right? Like, it's all well and good having Immortals, but if Ling Bane runs at you and gets a wrap, you know what I mean? Like, there's not going to be a good time at all, is it? Another Archon morphs, just going to see the rest of the Zalds coming over as well. Just going to be seeing the +3 attack. The Archon still coming through. Those Lings get a cancel on the Nexus. Another Nexus going to get plopped down already. Again, +3 still coming through. Immortal, Nexus, Robo Facility continuing up. The Ultra Ling Bane looking to run in on this right-hand side and looking to try and get a catch onto this as the Archons are going to get chomped on. A couple of these Banes are going to come crashing through. The Zealot and the Pylon going down. The Archons and the Immortals continue to lift. And we are going to see this Prism just continue to micro back into this corner. The Lings, the Ultras, continue to try and do their thing, but it's just not seeming like it's going to be enough in the end. As the Lings continue to run through, GG says Aragfire, and Solar is going to take a game number 2 of this best of 3. Alright, so Solar coming through pretty strongly. He moves into the round of 8. We actually have a couple of cool round of 8, 16 matches starting up. I'm wondering if we can catch any of those. Let me see if we can. I'm looking at like herO versus herO, herBjorn versus Yakov. herBjorn Yakov is going to begin. That's not started yet. I'll keep an eye on that one over here. But I am joining us on this server. Oh, herO are long gone. and herO are 6 minutes deep. Let's go herBjorn Yakov then maybe for our second match of the day. Yeah, I think herBjorn Yakov is going to be our next best call. herO already started, herBjorn Yakov. And then we know if herBjorn Yakov plays herO, so that's very likely going to be a good one as well. Okay, yeah, let's do that. I think that makes a lot of sense. Perfecto. Alrighty, guys, we're going to dive into this in a few moments. And let's message Bjorn for an invite. Perfect. Alright, guys, we'll get Bjorn and Yakov on the way in just a few moments, and get some TVZ ready to rumble. So perfect, we'll get that set up, get this started, and ready to go. Out of Eternity's Edge going to be the opening map. Perfect, so they're pretty much ready to begin as well. That's really just timed out well. And we'll get going. There are a bunch of other games happening, guys. Inu, the Korean stream, currently has, I believe, the herO versus herO match. Best place to check all these streams out, by the way, tl.net. Check the right-hand side calendar. Sidebar, you will be able to see all those people streaming this current event right now. So yeah, herO versus herO is on the Korean stream. TKL, who is our French streamer, is currently in game with Denver and Clem. So you guys can check all of those out over on the other channels that are covering the WardiTV Mondays. Loads of great games today, so lots to see, lots to have happen. As we get ready to go, in the top left-hand side, it is going to be a red Terran player. This is going to be Bjorn. In the bottom right, our blue Zerg is Yakov. Alrighty, let's get into game number 1 of this, get this on the way through. Well, a bit of figuring out what's going to happen, but honestly, realistically, it's... Yeah. It's actually just going to be a moment or two. Yeah, I keep getting excited because we're getting into the game, and then, yeah, we have to wait a while for these build orders to develop in this current day and age. Do 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 do. Ba da ba 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 ba. How's everyone's day going? It's weird. Usually I ask kind of how everyone's weekend's been, but like, yeah, I guess that was yesterday's question. Unbelievable. Overlord, just gonna go moving over. Just gonna see that Overlord get into the upper left-hand side. Gonna move in, trying to see a bit of what's going on. Just initially. We have got double orbital on the way because we went CC first into the double barracks, so I think CC first feels a lot better on this patch, actually. I think it's one of the builds that does run a little bit more smoothly than basically any Terran, like Rax, Gas, sort of Reaper Expand. Like, all of these builds are really off right now. And what I mean by that is just it just doesn't flow nicely. Like, you have to kind of like cut a worker here or a worker there. You have to wait for your gas to be finished mining to be able to get the Reaper. Like, it just doesn't line up as smoothly as it used to. So CC first feels very good. However, this is the first time in a long time where CC first is truly counterable when being scouted. Because of 12 workers and the speed of the game in the past, if you scouted a CC first, there isn't really a lot you can do as a Zerg, because you would see the command center first, and once you see the command center first, there's just, like, what do you do from that? Like, you know, it's too late for you to really react. But nowadays, you can actually just hard counter CC first by just, you see it and you just roach rush, and it's extremely hard for the CC first to defend. It's funny because it's kind of, there's not really this middle ground of like, oh, you went CC first, I'm going to all in you, and if you figure it out, you can do something about it. It's like, CC first went from being this thing which you can't do anything about unless you're blind countering, to now if your opponent decides to kill you, there's nothing you could really do about it unless you blind counter that, you know? I think this variation from Bjorn actually is probably a little bit safer because he's going for the barracks and he's going to have a lot of Marines. So if this was like a roach shove, he'd actually have a good amount of damage output available to him. So this variation is probably fairly safe against the roach follow-up, but it's coming at the other cost of no Hellion production, no value on the map as a Terran would usually find in TVZ. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting parts of that. As you see that link speed continuing along, that Baneling Nest is well over halfway done, so Yakov's going to be pretty safe. As Bjorn begins to move out, he'll be threatening Stim on these Marines very shortly. The Marines is going to continue to step over. Lane being continuing up, a couple drones coming around, Stim packing the combat shield, continuing to come up factory and engineering bay. continue to build as well. I mean, all the Marines are taking map control, which is nice because, to be fair, without Hellions, there's not a lot of map control you're going to get, right? So you're kind of missing map control at the moment. As the Marines continue to work their way down to the bottom side. These are the Marines coming across. A couple Queens are going to gather up. A couple Creep Teamers are going to be finishing momentarily. It's going to be seeing a little bit of Ling Bane joining over on these edges. Marines start to push in. The stim comes down. We're going to see the Banes trying to roll at this. The Lings, the Banes continue to chase through. Marines get away, and now actually going to turn back onto the Banelings. We can't stim a lot, because every stim is going to cost you HP that you're not healing up from. Targeting find a few more Banes there is really nice, because there's no realistic way we get past the Queens. So any moment where you're able to put pressure kind of onto these Marines, and these Marines are fighting the Queens, is not good. So we probably could have pulled the Banes back and let the Queens kind of hold their own there. Unfortunately, just not able to pull that far away. That's going to be seeing the starport swapping over to the reactor. The command center dropping down in the main base. That's going to be our third CC coming up. We're finally going to get Medivacs then. Bjorn getting away with some Marines, I think, is a win for Bjorn. Like, he traded out with a bunch of Banes. The resources lost is super in his favor. Look at that. 7 Marines, 22 Lings, and 5 Banes dead. So a very successful start from Bjorn. And he keeps some Marines alive. Like I said, to me, this is an amazing part, because now he still has pressure available when the Medivacs come out. If you lose all of these Marines... Yeah, if you lose all of these Marines... and your pressure is just gone, that's it. The Zerg has map control. Whereas now Bjorn can be back on the map. He might even grab a creep team over here, which would be really incredible. That's the sort of thing you love to see. Just going to see these Medivacs are going to continue to head over, join up with the rest of these Marines as well. Like I said, just going to hang out overhead. The +1 attack upgrade coming through on the engineering bay. I'm just going to be seeing these Marines stepping forwards onto the creep. I was going to say that creep team could be in some trouble straight away. We continue to kite backward. Going to start kiting away. The Ling Bane going to continue to chase forward. A chance to get through onto the rest of this. The Marines loading back into the Medivacs. Going to load up. Going to go to the low ground. I'm just going to be continuing to trade with these units. But this was a good pushback by Yakov. He is only 2 drones ahead. I do not love him losing extra Banes here. Every Baneling feels like a pretty hefty cost to be paying. We do have Baneling speed now. Bjorn sees it. Gets one more Baneling. Lifts up again. Micro from Bjorn just great. Continuing to get value out of these units while back at home. Third CC is down. Orbital's on the way. Marine tank will continue to gather together and push forward. Getting very well set up. And again, denying creep spread. So still finding map control value with this barracks-based opener compared to, what is typically going to have to be like a Hellion investment and so on to make stuff like this happen. Crazy business. As you just see the Marines, the Medivacs continue to gather up. +2/+1 on the way on the side of Bjorn. +1 vehicle weapons as well. A couple SCVs, the command center in between the bases. The rest of this Ling Hydra Bane force getting over to the left-hand side. 6 more drones on the way through. Infestation pit building. +1 missiles and +2 carapace continue to come about as well. The Ling Bane will make a bit of a dive onto this watchtower. And we'll just see this Medivac boosting back away to the upper left side. Tank is going to unsiege, is going to move forward a little further. Ling Bane Hydra just going to regather once again with a couple of Queens. More Marines heading to the central watchtower, where they will take this position. That single Zergling backs away. Extra Bane's looking for a chance to maybe move toward this tower again. Where's the rest of this Ling Bane going to go? Marines take some healing from these Medivacs, just heading down this bottom side. And another couple of creep teamers going to get under fire pretty quickly. Bane's actually managed to get pretty close there and crash in. They actually still evacuate most of the Marines. They got to be low though. And a couple of them went down. Some of them escaped. Bjorn just taking a 4th base. Not really having any further pushouts. He's about to finish +2 attack, no +2 armor, which is kind of hilarious when you're talking about Bjorn, the man who specializes in... is he actually only on 1 engineering bay? No, he has the 2nd. I was going to say, I was pretty sure he did. The man who specializes in starting armor before attack has actually got the correct upgrade first, but has completely forgotten the armor, so... needs to try and fix that here as +2/+1 available for him. It's going to be equal upgrades soon. And the +1 missile is going to power up these Hydras as well as Bjorn. He's going to see the first movements of Yakov into these positions. This little dropship probably not going to do much. targets a Bane. I mean, gets 2 Banes, absorbs another couple, tries to chase forward over here, eats a fungal growth, gets some Hydras, killed that Infestor off, however, now gets wrapped from both sides. Now you're up in the Medivacs, and this is going to be Yakov's chance to go and dive on units while they're unloading from Medivacs. There's not going to be much of a better engage than this. Not a single tank was sieged. We're going to see Yakov continuing to stream through. Is it enough? Bjorn scrambling to the defense here after a start that obviously did not look pretty at all for Bjorn, but the few units that Yakov lost preemptively was pretty pricey. It's definitely a fairly costly one. There's 2 more command centers still building up from Bjorn. SCVs, Medivacs, tanks, and Marines continue to build by as well. SCV is going to pull across over that left-hand side as the mules drop down into position. The group spreads upwards and onwards into the map still. Was it enough of a hold? It was enough of a hold. To be fair, like I say, Bjorn obviously had a very good early game, right? The first trades were so efficient for Bjorn, it definitely set him up well. That was the sort of moment where I feel like if Yakov was not bouncing from behind, he probably just wins the game from a fight like that. Just Bjorn not like mines. I mean, mines are good, but also you're playing against Hydras, so there's the threat of going into lurkers, where tanks are going to be a lot better. You can kind of play tanks or mines, realistically, in the Terra matchups, and he's actually adding a 3rd factory. It might just be that he wants to play very tank-heavy and very defensive. Like, he's not looking to move outright, so if you're looking to be back at home defensive, I actually think the best case is probably a mix of mines and tanks. But tanks can do a lot for you here if they're just sat back defensively. They can target fire down Hydras as well. I mean, this is a spread defense from Bjorn. He's going to lose the mineral line, but he is going to trade very well beyond that, getting a good amount of these units. And he loses 14 SCVs, which I feel like he bounces back from pretty quickly. My boy is building 3 more command centers. He's already got 2 additional orbitals in the main, so the macro is absolutely there for Bjorn. As he just says to Yakov, please come swing into me again and again and take these trades, and I'm just going to slowly take the map. He doesn't even really replenish all the workers that he had, because at this point he probably wants a bit more army supply anyway as well, so it's not even necessarily a terrible trade-out from Bjorn on that previous fight. Like, he's going to be maxed out. You know, he's already going to start building a bank, so at this point you kind of do just want to have as much army as possible to make these defenses as strong as possible for you. As Yakov, he continues his tech to try and figure out a way around this. Ultralis Cavern coming into play. The Adrenal Glands is over halfway done already. +2 melee, +3 carapace continue to build up. Actually, pretty nice fungal lands in the center of this bio cluster. Tanks still putting in the work as we try and come around that corner. These tanks get up to 22 kills between them. Microbial Shroud landing to try and help out on the escape. Few lives on the right side. I mean, just more combatants from Bjorn. His money's low, but only because he's got endless amount of CCs coming up. And they fill multiple roles, obviously consistent scans, mules, but also the ability to replenish bases. If he tries to expand, he loses it and he has to replace that. Having multiple of those kind of ready to go is a pretty big deal right off the bat, so I imagine that'll be a pretty big factor as these Marines go after a couple of Banes and try and trade out a little. I'm just going to be there. Lings looking to run up, a little bit of bio going to run down and meet those Lurglings head on. Hello, hello. I'm going to be enjoying that as the couple of extra tank shots going now, just pushing a little bit of that Ling Bane Hydra away once again. Bane's on the right side, going to get a crash onto a couple of depots here. And the rest of this Ling Bane Hydra force coming back over to the left this CC. They want to think about landing down soon. A couple of Hydras going to fight. CC taking some damage, Infestor's getting blasted as well. Ghost is going to get rid of a little bit more creep spread. That Marauder steps up and is going to get rid of the creep teamer as well. So again, we knock this down. And this army of Yakov ready to make a run into the upper left-hand side. We have a Viper that could Blinding Cloud a couple of those tanks very nicely. It's exactly what we do. Yakov losing a lot right here, but he is going to break through the tank line. Again, has a few ghosts in the background. Ghosts are obviously kind of interesting a little bit lately. As sorry guys, give me 1 sec, BRB. Yeah, it goes a bit interesting with the additional snipe cost and so on. He's going to be seeing a couple tanks set up, a couple libs are in position. He's going to see the rest of this Lady Bane Hydra pushing through. The Infestor going to be there as well. Yakov just has the map, so obviously his main goal is to try and slow Bjorn from mining this 5th base. If he can do that, that would be majorly successful. Cancels this planetary. This is interesting. So he decides not to make this a planetary, but an orbital. What that means is that he believes that Yakov's just going to throw units into this anyway, and he doesn't think the planetary is going to provide that much defense. So he'd rather have the orbital because it means he can lift the orbital and re-land it instead of having to replenish it. And then maybe we planetary on this side. That is a definite choice from Bjorn because he was morphing that to a planetary and decided no. Let's take a different approach to this. So it's kind of a fun one as the Lingbane Hydra Force or Lingbane Ultra Force continues to gather up. A couple of Infestors join together. Overseers and the Viper still gathering around. Heading a bit around the right, heading a bit around the left. What was this, by the way? Oh, so we've got to fight, we've got to watch instead of looking at the map design. Just caught my eye in the bottom corner, as we are going to see the CC having to lift off. Yakov has units poised here. Bjorn is already pre-split to try and deal with this from 2 different points, so again, he's spreading his defense to play from 2 angles. He's got all the stacked defense coming up. To me, Yakov is not doing a good enough job of stopping Bjorn from expanding. Like, Bjorn is about to take base 5 and then base 5.5 to 6 here. So this already puts you into a very, very good position, no? As Bjorn. Nice network into the main base. Couple changelings moving around. The medevacs load up. I'm going to come boosting back up toward the top. Good denial of the first Nidus as Yakov. He has to do something. Like, this is the right idea. He has to make some progress towards denying things. Otherwise, we're not going to see much benefits. A bunch of extra Banes morph in. If you corrupt a step forward, take down an initial Liberator. He is just going to knock that straight away. Second Lib, going to be instantly in trouble as well. Couple Orbital, couple Libs, the vehicle playing in soak. UC's Reactor coming up. Just going to be seeing the scan coming down. There's a bit of bio going to shove to the bottom left-hand corner. Aiming for that gold base as Lingbane Hydra Ultra continues to push forward. A couple of Vipers coming through as well. Ultra Bane Force will continue to gather around, and we are just going to be seeing this dive in. Yakov will get a bunch of SCVs. He will get some units. The last couple of Banes, I wonder if they could have maybe got some Ghosts. I don't think there was enough, though. Obviously, Yakov rebuilds. This is the benefit from Bjorn having this in orbital. You lift it up, you move it back over, you land it back down. Bjorn still hasn't morphed this back into a planetary. I'm surprised because he's got control of that position again, so he could absolutely do it. He's got a few units here now, though. They'll be pushed back by the reinforcements that Yakov starts to stream into play. Yakov with another round of Ultras on the way up. One of the interesting things we saw during Home Story Cup, one of the longer games we saw there between Cyril and Clem was that Clem, obviously with the gas changes, gases have only 2,000 gas available now, right? So what that means is that you actually do run out of gas a lot faster than before, which means you're a lot more mineral focused a lot sooner. And so camping on these bases to the late game basically takes, it basically takes away the win condition for the Terran by a certain amount of time. Like, basically Clem runs out of Clem ran out of gas a lot sooner against Cyril than typically would have been the case in the past. And so obviously that's going to be true here for Bjorn as well. If he can only get a certain amount of bases up, he could run out of gas a long time before now. That's obviously, we're talking like another 20 minutes from now. But it's something to think on in this new kind of meta that we've got going on and so on. So we shall see as the Lings continue to make their way over to the right side. We'll see a CC dropping into the center. The Planetary Fortress begins to morph in. Just going to have our Ultras, Lings, Corruptors joining into the bottom left-hand corner. Final Pre-Ignited just finished, by the way, as we do see the SCVs pushing forward. SCV is going to get a repair onto this Planetary Fortress. On the top right side, those Lings looking for a wraparound, and once again, the medevac has to play evacuation. it's wild because Bjorn's having to put time into denying this base, for example, but this base is not even something that Yakov is even really considering mining from truly at the moment, right? So it definitely leaves us an interesting little state of the game. Is +3 missiles, +3 flyer attack continue to come through, +2 flyer carapace on that Great Aspire as well. It's going to see the Corruptors continue to come about. 6 more of them on the way. A couple extra Cube Tumors coming into place. That Thor is producing through from Bjorn as well. Let's continue to bring that around at the moment. Actually going to see a scan coming out as we just take a moment or so. Still got the Corruptors, the Infestors building through. +3 flyer attack, +2 flyer carapace. That Neural Parasite coming over as well. Ghosts fire onto the Overlord. Feeling's going to gather up as well. Yeah, Thor, Command Center's all in the way. Just can see that Cloak coming up in that Ghost Academy as well, bringing that straight through. How about Thor and the +2 vehicle plating all coming about? Another scan coming down as we just see these few units. It's going to be spotted still. Hatcher in the top right is in the orange HP. We actually are going to mine from it now, so it becomes more of an issue for Bjorn, who is going to get the gold, though. Interesting that the Terran player gets the gold base. I mean, obviously he's expanded down towards this direction. What's awkward about the gold is that the minerals mine out from the gold very quickly. He hasn't even morphed this into anything. I almost wonder if he's expecting the ability to hold this gold. And if not, he's just like, let's just take as much as we can from it right now. I wonder if his main idea is to defend the upper right. I mean, he does have, like, he has a setup here, but he's not stretching. Okay, I mean, now he's going to side defense. Okay, so now he's going to morph it to a planetary too. I was going to say, the gold obviously mines very quickly, and obviously the gases are going to be one of the main defensive points of that, so that'll be interesting. Because we talk about a situation right now where gas is so important. These gases could definitely be kind of, one of the things that turn the game around. This is a base that's not shared on both sides of the map, right? So any sort of mine you can get there is a big deal. As you can see, Ghosts and Thors are going to team up to fight these Lings off, and it is going to succeed for the moment. The Ultras and the Brood, that was down over here, did get their way through this bottom left base, however, so the gold is denied. Yakov low on supply, but has a ton of money to spend, so just needs to get to spending it. Two Ghosts, 2 Vikings, couple of Hellbats and Clan Sense coming through. Orbital still building. 14 more Broodlords morphing in on the side of Yakov, by the way. How about that for a little bit of a stat? It's a big swing into those Brood. Now, don't get me wrong, Bjorn has anti-Broodlord tech in play. He's already got some Thors up, for example. So he already has some, units basically in position here to help us move through. We can see the Night is coming up. Again, 8 more Corruptors coming up, +3 Fly Carapace on the way. The Mules are going to come landing down. We're going to drop another refinery over that right side. I mean, anything can mine quickly. I mean, we scan the bottom left as well. Beyond now aware of what's going on in that corner. Broodlords. Going to press through. A few Broodlings. Starting to get to work. This is where the tanks are a bit awkward. Tanks are kind of not your friend in this scenario, because they will friendly fire onto your own units because of the Broodlings, right? So this is where the siege tanks from early in the game are definitely a bigger problem. The Thors are fantastic, though, of course, because they are your answer to the Broodlords as well. +3 Flyer Carapace still building along with Corruptors and the Broods together. Going to keep moving over. I keep looking down here because I see the red dots, but it's just those changelings. I'm glad they're gone because they kept making me look when nothing was actually happening. A couple of snipes, the Infestor misses the Fungal. I'm not sure what these Thors are going to do, just straight up attack this bottom left. Looks like that is the case. That is the plan from Bjorn at the moment. Oh, nice Fungal. Going to catch a few of those Ghosts. A few more Broodlings going to come down. We do get a few more snipes off onto the Broodlords. And don't get me wrong, the Broodlords, every time the Broodlings first land, they're doing some serious damage. The bottom left falls. I keep thinking this is a freaking battlecruiser, like warping in or something. Just because it's like that kind of like ethereal kind of like viewpoint. Like I just keep thinking it's a battlecruiser, man. I keep thinking it's a BC. Alright, a couple libs, the Viking, the Hellbats, and the Thor coming about. 2 more Vipers on the way from Yakov. And you have the Broodlords moving in once again here. It's going to be seeing a nuke coming into position. Couple goes lining up. Broodlords going to get sniped out. A little fungal growth trying to land as well. Is that a hybrid? Yeah, I mean, I'm not good with the StarCraft lore and stuff. It's definitely... to me, it looks like something from co-op, which is like... I know the hybrids are in co-op? Question mark? Oh, my SC2 experiences are really limited to 1v1. And this game is truly going to be quite a duel. I mean, we got... Beyond, who is still what? I mean, he's just mining away. Yakov too. What's the resource lost at? 16k difference. I think Yakov needs... If he mines this space and the gold, I think he's good. If he keeps this up. What's kind of fun is that he's got the Broodlords, and the fun thing about the Broodlords right now is that the Broodlords are not being shot down as easily, right? It's interesting because you see only 7 ghosts from Beyond, but what really allows you to trade into these Broodlords aggressively is the Terran is a ghost count. Ghosts are difficult to justify because the additional snipe cost, for example, is kind of tough to get to, and the fact that they're more supply, right, means that you've got less overall units if you add a lot of ghosts in. I gotta imagine that that's why Bjorn has not got a higher count going of ghosts against these broods. And don't be wrong, when the ghosts get a chance against the broods, they're good. It's just he's clearly not feeling as though he can justify even more ghosts in this situation. Despite that usually being the reason why these Broodlords don't do as well. There's a reason why you don't usually see Broodlords being kind of the masked up unit because of that situation. So, yeah, the ghost change is definitely having an impact on this one. As the Ultra Bane probably could have made its way in there. The position's tough. The tank on the high ground here defending this area too is kind of brutal. We are just massing the Broodlords though from Yakov. And Fester wanders into forward territory. There's got to be a missile turret somewhere nearby, and Fester's got to be kind of careful. And with the scans, of course, a lot of orbitals. He'll be able to scan a lot. He wants constant information on where this army is. He should never be caught off guard by a Broodlord movement. Pushes us a teeny bit further forward. Let's see if we can just get rid of another tank or so. That'd be great. Gonna try and bring the rest of the spores up as well. The libs will take a tiny step back as we fight for a little bit of control here. We are also looking for the attack in this bottom left, looking for the Ultra Bane onto this gold base and just trying to deny Bjorn from having it again. Bjorn prioritizing the gases here, knowing that gas is likely going to be one of the issues further down the line. Seems to me the base going down. Cost you a bit of gas to the Zerg, but wasn't too expensive. Not sure what this Corrupt is up to. Having a bad time against a missile turret right now. Fester, what are we going to do? The Neural? Yeah, sounds good. Well, okay, in Fester for a Thor isn't a terrible trade in terms of value, no? Get a Thor out of that Infest. That could have been a lot worse. Could have been a lot worse. It is interesting, just like, the reason Brood sucked in this matchup really was Ghosts. But Beyond is clearly not wanting to build too many more Ghosts, right? Like he's known about Broodlords for a long time. If he wanted to build more Ghosts, he absolutely could have done. He just doesn't think that that's a viable choice at the moment, it seems. Very interesting. Full transfusions going down, the Corruptors. Armies are going to gather together. He's going to see the Broodlords dropping in. A few more Broodlings. Trying to see what we can do. Tanks going down. Ghost Thor's taking damage. We're going to try and step forward. Those Liberators getting some shots off as well. Putting some more work in at the moment. Parasitic Bomb goes off. Corruptors are going to try and get forward too. Just going to be seeing the Corruptors coming forward again. Now the Broodlords are still pushing up. Just going to be seeing a couple of these Liberators still getting knocked down. Turns out the Chris counter Ghost was a patch cycle. Oh, yeah, brutal. On the bottom side, we're actually going to be seeing, I mean, this base going down. There's not many minerals left here. It's about 220 gas on each of these guys. It's funnily similar. So about 500 gas left on this base. It's not the end of the world to lose that. How much gas was left here? 116, so not too much either. Been already mined out of this corner. Building still dropping in. It's a lot of broodlings right now. Corruptors trying to want to come forward. Just going to see if he snipes coming up onto those Corruptors. Planetary goes down. Going to abduct the tank forward as well. Site being not being interruptible anymore is much more powerful. It is. But I think the rest of what we're seeing with these ghosts is coming into play as well. Like, you also just don't have as many snipes, right? So before, like, ghosts would be able to kind of snipe those broods a lot more easily. Now you have to really have a lot more ghosts to hit the same amount of snipes, right? Then again, more snipes go through. I mean, it's an interesting one. You can abduct tanks again, yep. Yes, you can. Success on the bottom side of the map. I mean, Yakov... I don't think Yakov should be overly upset by this, as he's fighting on the top side. Where is Broodlords at right now? They're retreating to the bottom. Bjorn finally kind of working a counterattack against these broods and kind of punishing their lack of mobility. And broods wanting to go one way than the other. I mean, we got rid of this base though. Bjorn still has a lot of minerals. Do you again think gas might be kind of one of the factors we get to later? Although he has 3,000 gas available in this gold. Just muling out all of the minerals on this gold base. Again, I'm shocked that Yakov was not really able to stop Bjorn having the gold, but he kind of played into a slower army, right? Like, he stepped away from the ultras and the lings and the faster kind of counter-attacking army into these broods, and they've been focused on the upper right, which has given Bjorn the real opportunity and the chance to actually expand and succeed in the bottom left-hand corner instead. Yeah, purple gas is like, yeah, basically, yeah, like you said, gold minerals. Yeah, ghosts can snipe through the fungals, which is powerful, but again, each ghost has less snipes available too. Like you say, the ghost really has been something that's been rebalanced, so 13 broods still alive. Now, we are up to 16 ghosts now. Bjorn did add ghosts over time. Also has a good amount of Vikings now as well. I mean, to be fair, now that he's seen Yakov really heavily commit to these broods, Bjorn has much more happily said, okay, I can build my army to be much more kind of anti-broodlord, right? And he's kind of stepped in that direction. Full stepping up. Overlord's going down. Corruptors taking some damage. Great Spy taking some damage as well. We are going to be seeing the Vikings stepping up. Corruptors trying to chase those Vikings down also. I mean, this counterattack is deadly because it's going to do a lot of damage. It's going to remove a lot of the tech, and if you lose too much tech, then you can't rebuild as Yakov. That would kind of be an issue long-term as well, no? Where is Spires? Both dead already? Yakov's going to lose this game because he's not going to have a way to rebuild anything. He's going to have like thousands of resources and he can produce like Zerglings or something. He is going to pull back to start dealing with this. We have got some snipes available to help with these ultras. Thor's pretty darn tanky. I mean, honestly, just right-clicking ultras down right now makes it not a bad trade for these Thors either. Like, this was not a cheap cleanup at all for Yakov, who, like I say, is extremely limited in what he can rebuild at this point in time. Yakov played with the slower army and just never... Well, he died to the counterattacks, I think, honestly. I mean, his rebuild right now is 12 ultras. I guess it's not over yet. He's actually going to win this fight for the moment. It's not over yet. His rebuild is 12 ultras. They have to essentially win this game, I think, though. The mining now is very low. Resource lost a 30k difference. Yakov has a ton of money still. Wait, did he? He cancelled a bunch of the ultras. Wow, interesting. So he cancelled a bunch of the ultras, and now he's going to rebuild 4 and a bunch of lings. So he decided to do something else. He decided to back out of the ultras and to change up what he was building. I mean, I don't really disagree. I think only ultras right now probably do just die to the Thors. Swarm Hosts? He doesn't have an infestation pit right now, though, no? I don't think Swarm Hosts do anything. The Hellbats just kill you. I don't think his Swarm Hosts are going to save you at all. Yeah. Yakov just didn't deny Bjorn from mining as much as he needed to deny. That's what it kind of comes down to. 36 minutes on that Eternity's Edge. A long one in this round of 16 matchup in today's WardiTV Mondays on a Tuesday. Took Bjorn a long time. I mean, Bjorn was very happy to sit there and just fight the Broodlord slowly, and then eventually he was like, okay, I've got enough resources now to just send a bunch of units around the bottom, and that was a disaster the moment it happened for Yakov, as these Ultras aren't going to do it. GG. Bjorn takes game number 1 of this BO3 in the round of 16. Let's just run through the rest of the matches, guys. Clem is in the round of 8. He played against Denver 2-0 for him. Sol is in the round of 8, as we saw against Arokfire, but actually we don't have any other results yet. Rex 2-1 Nicorect. He will play Classic. Then Kua versus herO still ongoing. Nightmare Shameless, Shin versus Percival, and Ryung versus Hostel. So a lot of round of 16s apparently taking a little bit longer today. I thought after this very long first game we might have a lot of the round of 16 already figured out. But that's not quite the case in the end. So there you go. Lockdown going to be our map 2. We'll load into this in a second, guys, to get this ready to go. Our second map coming up here in just a few moments of Bjorn and Yakov. You're watching WardiTV Mondays on a Tuesday. I appreciate you guys. And again, thank you for hanging out with us today. Appreciate you all. Thank you very much indeed. Just waiting for Yakov to join us. Hi, and ready, getting cold as we get ready to go into this game number 2. And we'll jump into this one on lockdown to see what happens for our second game of this series, guys. Yeah, I really thought the round of 16s were going to be further along than what they are after this long game, but I'm not complaining. Obviously, we're pretty likely going to catch a round of 8 with the winner of this at the very least, so doesn't really change too much on our side. Is in the top right-hand corner. Here's going to be our Red Terran player, Bjorn. In the bottom left, our blue Zerg is Yakov. Can it be like Mass Queen and Infested support Brood since Ghosts need more energy for snipes, so you just out-heal the snipes? Queens are a lot of supply as well, though. And I mean, the problem is there as well. It's like, this wasn't just snipes you're fighting against. You're also fighting against, like, Thors and so on. Let's be unstoppable. Yeah, Bjorn with a Monday Night Weekly win last night. Can he get another Monday win today on a Tuesday? We'll be finding out soon. There's that Overlord. Takes a bit of a slow journey towards the top right-hand side. Overlord just moving around again. Reaper, CC, the SCV coming about, Hatchery and the Queen and the Overlord all coming up. Gonna have this Overlord still scouting to see what's going on. A little bit of info gathering for a few moments. Reaper, gonna get after the creep teamer for a couple seconds. It's gonna go down, so get that creep teamer pretty quickly. Nice kill. Always good to grab a creep teamer. That's a lag spike from Yakov, unfortunately. We have some funky music to cast through it, though. If nothing else. Alright, we'll obviously take a moment, you guys try and recover from this and get Yakov back in and get a regame on the go. A couple more results came in. Shin 2-0 Percival into the round of 8. herO 2-1 over Cure gets into the round of 8 as well. All of those players in the round of 8 still need an opponent. Not a single round of 8 match is ready to go yet. So we have a lot of single players in round of 8 matches, but no round of 8 actually starting just for the moment. We'll just take a moment here and wait for Yakov to get back online and hopefully get this resumed nice and quickly. It looks as though he's already here. Looks like this was just a StarCraft dropping him out and he's maybe already back online even, which would be amazing. Alright, Yakov has lost electricity, so it may be that he just can't actually return. If that's the case, then we'll move on into Beyond versus Hero in the round of 8. Because that is a possibility. Yakov already said he doesn't think he can play, so... Alright, I'm just trying to figure this out, guys. We obviously just have a couple moments here. So, I guess while we just have a couple moments, I'll just mention again that we are trialing something new, which is the WardiTV 24/7 stream. I just posted the link in Twitch chat. If you want to come and check it out, it's twitch.tv/WardiTV2. And it is going to be Beyond against herO, by the way, so Beyond is just going to take the walkover. Let's call it a 1-0. So yeah, there is now a 24/7 Wardy stream as the TLDR of this. But basically, if you want to come check it out and give it a follow and so on. Basically, if you guys want to watch more games, we are replaying games from years gone by. As you can see right now, the stats versus patience. This will be 24/7, or at least that's the attempt. We'll see if it continues to work. But yeah, we're just trialing it out, see how it goes. Like I say, if it goes somewhat occasionally, it might be able to fund a couple cups a month or something. So that would be awesome. So yeah, check it out. If you want more Wardy in your life, then give it a follow. Check it out, and you can give it some love. Obviously, I don't expect people to be watching it when we're live, but if you want some background noise later in the day and stuff, you can check it out, and so on and so forth. So, currently playing games from 2018, so it's going to run through a bunch of 2018 games, and then, yeah, we'll run through. There's about 3 months of content for it lined up, so there's not going to be any repeats, is what it comes down to as well. So, like I say, that's available over there if you want to go check it out and give it some love. We'll be rating it every now and then after the streams to give it some love as well, but the general idea is obviously the main thing is that we're just kind of running it as like a background thing and stuff, so. So yeah, perfect. We'll go Beyond versus herO in the round of 8, guys. Harston beat herO, by the way, so Harston's going to play Shin in the round of 8 as well, but we'll go herO versus Beyond for our quarterfinal in the next few moments. Clem is waiting for Nightmare or Shameless, and Sola is waiting for Classic and Rex to be done. So, yeah, I'll just run some advertisements. Got that ready to go. If you split up the debut of SC2 into today, you'd get July 2018 right after Sarah wins GS12 vs. the World. That's crazy. Yeah, it was actually really cool looking back because I made a bunch of YouTube playlists for this and stuff. And so I was looking back and, like, you know, looking back at who was playing back then and stuff. And obviously there's a lot of familiar names and a lot of old names as well. I think the main thing is just, like, seeing, like, these tournaments from years gone by was, like, super interesting, you know? Like, it's just very cool to kind of see these events. And, yeah, the amount of content that we have, like I say, there's about, for every year. So I've playlisted up like 3 or 4 years so far, and every year of content is about 10 to 11 days of constant playtime, right? On the YouTube, because you upload like a video a day or something. So it's like over 8 years, it's like it's like nearly 3 months straight of consistent content. So it's pretty crazy that if we basically press play now, that's going to take until October before we have to repeat any content. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how many years of content we have backed up, so it's pretty cool. It is pretty cool, and we have that, like I say, on the 24/7 channel. If you want even more WardiTV when we're not online and stuff, like I say, we're trialing it out. It might not work. It might not be something we keep in the end, but for now we're testing it. So yeah, it'll be over there if you want to give it some love, check it out and stuff. We also have the most important shout out to do later today. Helen's YouTube channel sponsoring today's WardiTV Mondays through the sheer power of being my wife. We'll mention that one later on though, because we are pretty much ready to go into Beyond versus herO, as they are loading up and getting this one ready to begin in a couple of seconds. So we'll be getting this going momentarily, getting this ready to kick off. Very, very soon. Helen sponsored content, yes. She entertained me for the weekend, so I have to shout out her YouTube. Crazy, huh? It's such a good deal for her. What can I say? She exists, and her YouTube gets shout outs. Crazy, bro. Alright, in Ulton Temple, I'm going to be starting in the bottom left-hand corner of the map with the red Terran player. This is going to be Bjorn, still representing the Shopify Rebellion, of course, as he takes on the bottom right blue Protoss player, herO. At 24/7, maybe enough work to go to Twitch and fill those empty spots at work between tournaments. Yeah, I mean, I looked into running it on YouTube. Basically, one of the ways I'm running it is I'm currently running it through my other internet. And my other internet is still not quite strong enough to reliably stream to Twitch and YouTube. We might expand it to YouTube in the future, but I don't know if it really works on YouTube either. Like, I don't know if I imagine one of the reasons 24/7 StarCraft works on Twitch is because you essentially have like a directory where people go to a lot of the time, and a lot of the time nowadays the directory is empty, right? So a 24/7 channel can get some love, but YouTube doesn't really have this same thing, right? So yeah. Did Australia retire? Yeah, Australia's not played in a long while. I think with EWC kind of backing off, he pretty much backed off himself. Guys, I'm just going to mute for one moment. I want to untangle my headphones. The wire's curling. Give me a sec. Alright, sorry for that. Welcome back. Ooh, and I just crashed my chair on my desk. Alright, Beyond vs. herO. Game number 1 of this best of 3 as we get this started up and ready to go. Look to see what's going to happen over these next few moments. So we get this on the way, we get this started off, and get this TVP rolling here. Again, thanks for joining us today, and we'll just take a moment to also say, obviously, if you're watching on the YouTube channel, do not forget to like and subscribe. Always helps out massively, so give that a little clickety-click. And like and subscribe on the YouTube if you do not already. We are still slowly approaching the 50,000 subscriber mark on YouTube. Gosh darn, it's going to be a crazy day when we finally hit this. We're at 49,721. So we are pushing. We are pushing over there, so continue to help us out with that if you do so fancy. It's been a big month on the YouTube because of the Maestro stuff went well. As we get settled down and look to see where things are going to go, and have a chance to see what kind of game we get here on Ulsan Temple. Obviously, it's an interesting map with the 4-player setup of it. Only 2 other spawning locations available, so one of the spawns is disabled, but the players will know where their opponents can spawn when they load into this game. I believe it's vertical spawns disabled, so it's only horizontal and cross spawns that you can spawn into. Obviously, you get horizontal spawns here. As herO is opting for a couple of extra gateways. Obviously, a lot of gateway units nowadays will build a lot faster, so this 3-gate pressure can do very well. And if you want to be very aggressive, you only need a pylon nowadays. In the past, you needed to build one of the gateways across the map too. That's obviously no longer the case. You can just build one pylon, no gate across the map, and you can warp in if the moment is there. If you want to pay the tax to warp in as well. And there is that kind of possibility / option available to you, so those choices are existing. So when you've seen the warp gate morphing in, Tech Lab coming up, a couple of SCVs and the Marines still building through. Adepts in the pylon continue to build into place. And Factory is going to swap off the Tech Lab in the next couple of moments, I imagine. A robot facility, a couple more probes coming through, and the Adepts continue to shape their way towards this natural / main. As they are actually going to get after a couple of SCVs, so we get some damage. So this is the forward pylon, this is the warping potential. herO just pays the tax on the warp gates. Gun loses a couple of workers very quickly. So those Adepts going to get a grab. Bunker goes down already. I mean, this is pretty nice. You're going to deny the natural. Banshee and tank on the way, but not ready yet as these few Marines actually struggling to help out. Now, remember that herO is slow on tech himself. herO's tech is also pretty bad here just in general, so not ideal as a couple of batteries continue to gather up. The Observer coming over, a couple more probes on the way. These Marines are going to continue forward. Banshee and the Marines in general both going to try and shoot at a little bit of this. That Stalker taking some damage as well. Tank pops out. Bjorn is going to get over here. I mean, this was a fantastic start from herO. Like I say, the saving grace for Bjorn is that herO's commitment here is pretty rough. Like, it is heavy on the gate. It's very low on the tech. He's got a robot facility, but no Twilight upgrades. So you do not have a Twilight counter in play at all right now either. That is also a pretty big deal at the moment. As Banshee backs away once again. We're just going to float over. Let's see if he's still gathering. Banshee can't do much because of the battery, so here with the good defense here, just having the stack defense to help him. Like I say, Prism now on the way to apply some pressure perhaps with some Stalkers. And the Twilight Council finally on the way too to help us out further. Do we have Stalkers in the main? Again, no Blink is going to make this a lot more difficult to handle. Stalkers come across, that Banshee gets chased. Hobbs and the Nexus continue to gather around. Just going to see that charge still coming up. Pylon producing through. Banshee tank the Marines. And gather together. Temple Archives will come around again. Nexus is about halfway done. So we are continuing to build up nicely at home from herO. All of the control his at the moment. He sees the two Banshees, so they're going to have to return home for the moment. And that's nice anyway, just keeping pressure away from the map. He will kind of fight these Banshees, but I don't think there's any realistic chance of damage there. But good micro means the Stalkers don't take any real damage here as well for the moment. Maybe a bunch of gateways coming down into this main base from herO. So 5 gates coming up, the Storm, Charge, a couple probes, and the Nexus all building through. Stim back, combat shield, and +1 all in the way. So Bjorn's finally going to get towards those bio upgrades that are likely going to be great for him eventually. Obviously, because of the investment into the Banshees and so, that's delayed his own bio setup, and now herO's going to be well on the way to a lot of stuff. He gets Charge initially off the Twilight Council, so that's done already. He's going to get Storm done very soon as well. So before Bjorn can push with bio, there's going to be some very good upgrades already in place on the side of herO. Couple Banshees will just gather. Still in combat, +1 continuing through. A couple more probes going down. Still got the High Templars now looking for some storms. The tanks are dangerous though. You can't really drop in a double tank. The High Templars are going to get blasted. Maybe we can sneak one storm if you want to sacrifice a High Templar. +1 combat shield, a couple of Vikings coming through. The Banshees are still putting work in. I mean, obviously the Banshees have been around a long time. They've not done a lot in the game, but still being around, if nothing else, is pretty decent. As we are going to get a few more probes. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Very nice. This Banshee goes down. This ended up being great damage, albeit much later than you would have liked it to have been. Still getting something out of this was pretty incredible. 3 storms coming down. Bjorn actually avoids the majority of the damage on these storms. Seemed pretty fine as well. Instantly loads and decides to go drop around the map while herO is actually pushing forward with the rest of his army already. As I was going to try and charge up, Marauder and Marine's going to be there. The Vikings going to shoot back at the Prism. That's going to be seeing the rest of this army from herO settling in to try and push into the bottom left-hand side. So getting ready for a moment or so on this one. Again, the Ghost Academy coming up, the Command Center is coming through. You can see a couple of SCVs, the Marauders, the Medivacs, and the Concussor Shells coming around. These probes still being grabbed for a few more moments as well. And we just send it here into this natural. That's a dead Command Center in the front, by the way, so if nothing else, that goes down. There's Archons just missing in the back. We're trying to right-click on the tanks, but that meant a lot of move commanding as well. Bjorn's drop is obviously doing some serious work, and it's going to probably kill the third base. Do we get it before the recall? No. Recall is good. We're going to kill the Nexus, but we lose everything. Still not great for Bjorn, because now herO immediately counterattacks, and Bjorn lost his own third as well. I'm just going to be seeing a scan on an observer. herO's supply is still good as he pushes over. Worker lead. Like I say, he can rebuild the Nexus instantly. Bjorn starts to get the next Command Center up and then into position as well. Alright, so all together here. Ghost Marines, Mines. We'll gather. Just going to be seeing this bio trying to push through. Medivacs overhead. couple of Vikings going to get caught. Nice little storm. Continue to sit for a moment or so. Just going to see his commencing to getting grabbed. Arkham gets taken out. Next on the third base, they'll finish soon. herO just backs away a little bit from the natural. He's actually re-engaging in the bottom left-hand side. Beyond is chasing him away. Oh, nice spotted by this for Beyond is being able to chase a little bit. Some High Templar showing up with some storms to maybe stop this chase down. I'm going to knock these rocks down. Tonight, one of the angles of attack, but also means he can't move through as easily. He's going to drop to the main. Ooh, and there's no vision for herO in the main, so he's going to get a full unload. herO thinks Beyond's walking away. Now he's going to realize it a little bit too late. There's a single High Templar here that gets killed instantly. These Zealots are going to die. Yeah, herO is going to knock down the rocks. I mean, basically the rocks are going to slow herO's attempt more than anything else right now, right? So we're going to get rid of the Nexus. No recall available. I mean, yeah, it basically slows herO from attacking across the map. What a play from Beyond. Is it enough? Because herO's attack here is not looking as though it's doing enough. Storm coming down. A couple tanks putting some serious work in. herO's not going to have the longevity in this attack to keep it going, really. The Storm is going to get rid of that tank. A lot of SCVs nearly run down there as well. Just about lived through it for a moment. Obviously denying a lot of the production in the main means that herO can't warp in a lot right now. He's building a prism. He's building 6 new gates. We have the Ghost coming in with the medevac. Drops onto the High Templar. Gets the EMP. Doesn't quite kill the High Templar, but does deny the initial Storm availability there. Bio still gathering up. There's going to be seeing a couple High Templars. Pulling back away. Bio trying to get down to this low ground. Going after these Moles, man. This Bioforce is still trading well. herO has to say GG. What a play by Beyond to bring him back in this game and to get himself to a W and a 1-0 lead in this quarterfinal. That is a massive, massive success story right there. As we are going to head to a game 2 on Fear and Faith. They're playing all the 4-player maps. How interesting. How very interesting. All right, let me just run the ads over here. We get ready for game number 2 of this, guys. Very exciting stuff coming in a couple of moments' time. All right, ready's up. Beyond is up 1-0. Where's the bracket at as well? Nightmare defeats Shameless. He plays Clem. Classic and Rex are still playing. I got no idea what's happening there, but apparently they're playing the long one. We are lagged out, by the way. You guys still see me, right? Yeah, you guys still see and hear me. That's not me. It's the lobby just broke. It's a good one. All right, lobby broke. Going to try and host up again. In just a couple moments. Get into a game. Number 2 of the series looked like herO is fully relogging, so not sure if it was herO who had the issue there, but we will have a look. herO's back online, so it should just be a couple moments. Countdown again. Let's hope we don't get stuck at 0 this time. We do. Interesting. Not sure what's going on, guys. I'm going to try this again. If this doesn't work, I guess we're all going to try and relog, because I don't know what's going on. We're basically getting to 0 on the countdown, and once we're at 0, it's just like the game isn't starting. Alright, what have you got onto this time? Third time's the charm, as they do say. Let's get into some action here, guys. What an excellent first game from Beyond. Like I said, that was a lot of fun. And see what happens this time around as we kick off into action in the top right-hand side. The red Terran player is going to be Beyond. And in the top left, our blue Protoss is herO. Game number 2, then let's see if herO can indeed bounce back or not as we get this ready to roll. So we start this off and get this going. Get this ready to begin. herO, gateway in the middle of the map, so he's just going to say, cool, I throw a gateway down the middle and then I'm going to figure out where you're at and we're just going to put some heavy pressure on very quickly. I wonder how quick the gate in the middle of the map is versus a gate at home if it's a close spawn. Probably around the bottom side. Okay, the rack's coming up. Let me just, like I say, see here. He's about to confirm Bjorn is not in the bottom right, which means he knows Bjorn is in the top right then. Can't see the SCV coming down this low ground. He's getting ready to expand. Bjorn doesn't know what's going on. And worst part is he's actually going for Marine into a reactor. So he isn't going to even get a Reaper up to be able to settle here. And to be able to scout. So he's got no idea what's going on. Gonna see the Kuzelt show up with the probe. I mean, this is gonna be absolutely brutal. Like I said, I don't think Bjorn is really prepared to deal with this in the slightest right now, so this feels pretty rough. SCVs are gonna repair the bunker. I mean, at least we're walled up on the high ground, because this map actually has a... It's actually kind of funny, but this map actually has like a depot barracks wall instead of the typical wall off that you might usually see. So in that regard, it's actually a little bit of an easier defensive Bjorn because he doesn't need the second depot. Just going to cancel the CC low ground, bring it back to the high ground. It's a very low commitment from herO though, right? It's one barracks in the middle of the map. It's just, like I say, it's a very low commitment initially. Honestly, not a bad defense for Bjorn. Like I said, I think he is saved a little bit by the fact that... yeah, I think he is saved a little bit by the fact that it's a barracks depot wall. Because if there was no second depot, maybe that would have been a little bit problematic. Hallucinate Colossus to give high ground vision is kind of an amusing one as well, so a little bit of action on that as we take a second or so. Continue to move ourselves around. Banshee is blocked from coming out because of the supply block, so that's an issue as we continue to pressure here as herO. Feels like an ugly start for Beyond once again. It's going to be seeing the hallucination just going to get full scout off as well, so a bonus kind of benefit to this after it all. Not bad, not bad. Getting a little extra out of this. Well, Banshee and tanks are going to be out, so we will get the Banshee to try and harass a little bit. Just going to be having the Stargate coming up from herO, so he's going to play something very different on the follow-up to this. The Robo into a Stargate. It's such a late Stargate as well, which is going to make this extremely intriguing as to how this is going to go. It's going to be the choice of Phoenix right now. So, Phoenix on the way. And that's set up. Let's now have a Twilight Council Phoenix all still building through. SCV on the tunnel. Would like to get a scout off. There is going to be the, the Phoenix coming up to check this out. Do you have a block there? Stop this SCV getting in? No, we do not. Alright, Phoenix is going to be on its way up then, so we continue Chrono Boost. Those Stalkers are going to poke at the front, but we've got tanks. I think we should be kind of fine in the most part here. I don't think this is too problematic. It's going to be seeing the scan coming down once again. Marine's actually going to get rid of a Phoenix, which is a pretty big factor. That's a big loss. Another Phoenix coming up from that Stargate still to bring that out once again. Banshee gets around the left-hand side. Obviously, Banshees in this situation are a little funky. He's getting chased. A few Marines coming over. Once again, Nex is gathering around. Trying to fire a couple of these probes, getting shot at. You can see Stimpack Combat Shield +1 all on the way up. So Bjorn getting to that kind of power setup right here. Yo, what's up, Chess? How you doing? 78 went the resub. Crazy business. Thank you so much for 78. Appreciate you. Well, I'm just going to be having the X units warping in. A few Zealots as herO. So has that position from the middle of the map to work from. Again, 1-1 upgrades. Conquest of Shells, the attack upgrade coming up as well. So you gather in Conquest of Shells +1, Marine Marauder, Medevac Mines. All of that continuing. Just going to see this Bioforce still pushing in. So we got a few tanks to team up with this as well. And Bjorn on the move through the center. Actually drops a scan in the back as he gets the Observer. The Phoenix need to be careful. He's going to get an SCV. A few Marines against him back in. Just going to see the bio fighting. Just going to be seeing the Phoenix lifting a couple of tanks up. Big defense attempt from herO, but I think Bjorn's got to have enough overall Army supply is great for him. A few Zealots showing up. The Phoenix lifting up the tank. We're going to drop that back down. We can relift it. We relift the Marauders, actually. Finally, the tank goes down. herO is going to defend this. His work count is good for the future as well. We're going to see this bio still gathering. The Phoenix joining up. And that's going to be seeing the Temple Archives coming up as well. Widow Mines, Marauders, Medivacs all joining. The armor upgrade still coming through. Bioforce coming over. It's going to be seeing the Zealots actually going to charge into this. I think Bjorn is going to be in a little bit of trouble here, guys. He is going to go after those Phoenix, but he's getting overwhelmed by the Zealots. It did look like Bjorn had a chance to maybe get something done on this. This wasn't enough in the end. I mean, he's got a third base up behind it as well. He's down 15 workers. Army supply is kind of fine for him. Seems as though this might be all right. Seeing the Zealots, man, there's just so many Zealots. The Widow Mines are going to do some serious work. That part is great, as you just see the Zealots coming through. The SCVs pull. Can we deal with these Zealots is going to be our question. So far we're surviving. The SimCity is kind of helping us to kind of keep this somewhat alive and going at the moment. Lifting up, a little drop across the map. Kills, I mean, it's a bunch of workers that we kill. That's a pretty big factor. 7 workers. We're not done just yet. So this drop continues, and herO's had to back off, and this is going to have to settle for a few moments. Fire coming down. 15 workers killed. What a turning point for Bjorn. Actually slows herO down at a very important moment in time. Really important moment in time to just slow this down. We're going to see the Zealots coming back up again. Is it enough? I guess becomes the question in the end. And I think our answer to that might just be it's going to be difficult to really see, as we have got the SCVs getting chased out for a little bit, so they're going to get pushed away. I don't think Bjorn survives this. I think we go to a game 3, which is very exciting. We like game 3s. Let's see, this orbital going to relocate over as well. We're going to be seeing this orbital 1 drop down. The Zealots looking to charge through. Stalkers coming about. Widow Mine going to fire. More warp-ins coming through from the gateways. +3 attack, +3 armor still coming up. And Zealotstalk Archon continue to gather up. Just going to see the orbital floating down to the 3rd. Bjorn trying to survive through this, trying to stay in this competition right here, even if it is not exactly looking ideal, to say the least. Fire going to fly. Just going to see the Zealots looking to run through. Widow Mines are going off. Some of these Widow Mines are really good. We do have an EMP left, I believe, on the Ghost in the back. But the Widow Mine shot's going to hit a lot more of these Zealots. Honestly, fight is pretty good for Bjorn. That's against 2-2 upgraded Protoss units as well, which is pretty nuts. The little drop is going to deny the warp-in point. I think there's a warp-in to the top side anyway, and we've got the Prism, so maybe it doesn't matter too much. EMPs onto the Archons. EMPs onto the Archons for a couple of moments there. A little bit more being done. Again, the SDV is going to gather up. That roll bay is going to finish very shortly as well. Prism trying to drop for a little extra. You get 10 more SCVs. Again, we're making a good go of this, staying alive as long as we possibly can. SCVs join up. Blink on the way. +3/+3 upgrades coming through. That extended thermal lance is on the way out as well. So bringing that up alongside everything else at the moment. Again, those Stalkers and a couple of Phoenix still moving along also. Coming for the journey right now. Bio going to jump onto the Immortal that's just trailing out the front. I mean, that's the sort of trade that's going to give you some hope as Beyond, who is holding on to the third base, but it's about to come under attack. There's a bunch of units to this right side. These Zealots looking to charge in. If Beyond can clean these up effectively and also hold at the front, and again, it's the sort of trades that help you out, but there's a long way to go in the general talk of things. Just going to see this Bio trying to trade a little bit further once again. See this Bio still coming through, a little bit more being done then. We find a little bit more value still. I'm actually going to see Bjorn honestly clearing out this fight's pretty impressive once again, to be honest. Pretty crazy business continuing so far. Just going to see the Zelda going to come through, just going to chase across a little. Fire Force coming around and just going to have ourselves the couple more Zolds falling him again. Bjorn's economy is in shatters. herO is a 5-base Protoss, which is pretty much just going to keep him where he needs to be in this, I think, for the most part. Couple Disruptors still gather around and take a few moments. Trying to decide what's going to happen here. I'm gonna drop the question mark as the Colossus show up. I think Bjorn thought he was like on the verge of like turning this around, and then all the Colossus show up. He's like, "What? What? You what?" Yeah, the Colossus. Sorry, I love the question marks. Bjorn kind of had some belief, and unfortunately, that belief gets proven to be completely misplaced. That is gonna do it, guys. That is in fact going to do it. Alrighty, and we will head ourselves over to next game in a couple of moments then, guys. More StarCraft coming your way at Eternity's Edge. Game 3 of Beyond vs. herO. Shin is in the semifinals, taking down Harstom. He'll play Nightmare or Clem. Classic 2-1 over Rex. Rex got a map of Classic. That's crazy. Classic going to play Stola. We'll have some more updates soon on that bracket, and obviously look to see what the semifinals are going to be. Apparently it is going to be Clem taking on Shin, by the way. So Clem just messaged me asking if they could play, and I said, no, you shall wait for us. We'll do game 3 of Beyond herO, and then into Clem versus Shin, and we go from there. Another legendary Wardy Monday on a Tuesday. What's up, Siru? Thank you so much for the 45-month resub. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Not sure what's going on. We're crashing out again. What's up, Cosimigo? 55. Watch streak. Let's go. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coco is cold. You got set to start this. Countdown is about to be good to roll. Get this ready, Rumble, guys. Into at Eternity's Edge for map 3, deciding map. Kicking this off in a moment. Let's get this underway. Countdown wraps up here. We have in the bottom right hand side the Red Terran, who really put his heart on the line in that last one. It wasn't quite enough in the end. It is going to be Bjorn in the bottom right corner. Top left-hand side, our blue Protoss player will be herO. Game 3 of this best of 3 coming at you, as you can see right now. Getting this underway. Getting this ready to resume, my friends. And thanks for joining us today, guys. Good to see you. WardiTV weekday. Yeah. Look, you guys meme. I know everyone loves a good Monday on a Tuesday, okay? It's the clickbait, man. Like, more people are talking in chat than ever before because we've got Mondays on a Tuesday, so Who's really the winner of this, you know? Who's really the winner here, you know? Personal opinion, I think it's me. Because you guys are actually talking in the chat for once. You've been baited and you like it. You've been baited and you will like it. You've been baited and you will like it. Worker count and supply don't match in the overlay. You're probably just seeing the difference of the worker in production counts into the overall supply already. So you're probably just seeing that. You're probably just seeing that. Probably heading down to the bottom right side. Making its way around. Let me just scout for a few moments. You can see that gateway coming around then. It's going to be the robo facility from herO, which again, some marauder openings kind of nice. You get some immortals up. Could be pretty decent for you here at first, so should be kind of interesting. Probably coming around as well, so just take a couple seconds. That probe nibbling at that SCV, a little bit more work being done for a second or two. Yeah, all the marauders. I mean, here's the issue with the robo is that the immortal's just not here yet, right? So isn't here quite yet. So we have to wait on that at least a little bit longer, at least a few more moments. Rest is still coming through, just taking a couple of seconds. You're going to see the stim building off of this barracks as well, so it's already halfway done. Bjorn keeps a lot of his units alive for these next few moments. That part is very positive as well. Units alive typically is a good thing, as you're not going to get to the front. Mortal and the Stalkers all taking damage already. Marauders have to get a Mortal pushes these Marauders away, so the Marauders take a bunch of damage. The Stimpak's still coming through. And again, the few Marines coming about as well. Person is going to head back down and again just come over to support these units. These Marauders doing pretty well for themselves, quite far forward also, I would say. Actually kind of impressed with how nicely set they are at the moment. It's just going to see a couple Stalkers and the Adept gather up together. A couple of probes and the Observer continue to come through. So again, we bring that up into place for a couple of moments here. We are going to jump into the main base. So herO going to be able to get very aggressive very quickly right now. Bioforce pushing this back away, though. The Stalkers and the Immortal getting chased out right off the bat. And the SCV defense, the SCV pulled out to the defense is big. So defense is great to start us off so far from Bjorn. Can we keep this up? Obviously, Stim is already done for him, so he has that available. No factory, though, which means that every Stim is very pricey because it costs you HP that you cannot heal. And healing is going to be one of your big ways back into this typically, so kind of leaves you in a bit of an awkward spot if you're not careful. If you Stim too many times, you've got to be very cautious with how you kind of pick and choose your Stim packs in these next few moments. Twilight Council Forge and 2 more gateways continue up into production. Again, the setup continues. Prism moves along for a few moments as well. You can see the scan on the Observer. Prism back into the high ground. Obviously, we've got ourselves the Prism, so these Immortals should never be lost here. We drop a stim on a handful of units just to help chase this away a bit more quickly. Prism does take some damage, but again, should never really go down in this scenario. We do have a few SCVs that are already looking to get a bit of a wrap around and survive a save on this bunker, I suppose. So we'll look toward that too. And the Bioforce gathering together. The few SCVs all joined up. Stalkers, Immortals, Sentries coming through. The Zealot is going to get jumped on. We're going to continue to go forward here. The force fields dropping down, but I don't really know if those force fields are going to be doing enough overall. We kill about 7 workers. This Bioforce is through again. We will save the Immortals, and that's one of the downsides for Bjorn, is that you can't really stop. You know, if nothing else, you can't really stop the Immortals here in the Prism, so you can't get everything. Although he does kill 1 Immortal. Mistake from herO to let that go down. Micro was not perfect, which so often it is from herO. Bjorn is going to live through, only 6 workers behind. Army supply in an absolutely fine position as well, so it really does feel pretty good for Bjorn at the moment. In this game 3 of this series, again, semifinals awaiting the winner of this matchup. The other semi-final already set as Clem versus Shin as well. The winner of this plays Classic or Solar in the semis. Could be an exciting day for the Mondays. Could be an interesting result at the end of it all as the Immortal drops down out of that Prism. And now we kill it. The instant shot, and it's just going to be dead. That I don't love, because for me, so much of what was great about all of this from herO is you're always going to keep, you know, the Immortals alive, if nothing else. Prism. Prism dealt with. Leaves Bjorn to be a bit more kind of active on the map now, and he will begin to move forwards with those medevacs, with those drops starting to move through. Coming across again, a couple of medevacs just sitting overhead for a few moments. Big biostim over to that left-hand side. Biosol gathers up. A couple of Zards are going to warp in. Oh, going to find another Immortal just on its own between the bases here. What a great catch from Bjorn. And now, what do we go for here? Twilight Council, I love it. Deny the Twilight, deny the charge. These Zealots are going to suck. This Bio realizes it's probably dead. This Medevacs maybe could have made a better getaway. But we are going to be seeing a couple of kills on Stalkers at least, as they blinked in to try and play defense. And ended up punished for that blink. +2 attack, now Chrono boosting. And again, Twilight Council, Forge, Robobay all continue to produce right now. The +2 attack upgrade, a big part of this as well, just for a moment or two. And the STVs continue to get to work as well. That Twilight Council coming back online. Man, it's going to be rough the next fight for Bjorn, where hero's kind of meant to have charge and he isn't. Means that this has to be much more Stalker heavy, which could be a big issue. Stalker heavy is not typically a great place to be, plain and simple. Stalkers, Zards, Sentries come across. Next, dropping down again, Orbital. The Vikings continue to come through for a little while. What are we going to do here? What is the next move? Players just sort of hold back for a moment or so. Not too much activity just yet. I mean, hero's right here outside the front, but I don't know if I love his army. Like I say, no charge. Colossus count is not here to help out with this at all right now either, so that part isn't exactly ideal. And the Colossus building through, charge, thermal lens, +1 armor. All coming up. A few more Zealots warping into the background. And drop a CC to the high ground as well. Still got this Ghost just setting up. A couple Ghosts, the Libs, and the Marines continuing about. And just going to have the few Zealots peeling back over to the right as well. curious, how would I handle it if a Terran player accidentally used the medevac bug? Yeah, great question. I honestly don't know. You'd have to kind of... It kind of depends on the situation, right? It kind of depends on what actually happens, I think, for the most part, first of all. So it's kind of a difficult one to answer. Yeah, I honestly really don't know. But it's a good question. I think it's really just situational, like what happens. Is it super impactful in the game? We could probably just resume from replay if, like, yeah, if the situation looked like that was going to be good for it. Fake Colossus is tanking all the damage off the Vikings. So it's not even the real Colossus taking damage here, as herO is going to overrun Beyond for a spot in the semifinals. Obviously, if someone did it like super purposefully, then we just, you know, DQ them. But if it's accidental, then yeah, I think you just got to play out in the situation. Probably resume from replay. Something along those lines. It's very fixable, I think, right? Just annoying. GG's. Solo will play herO, but that will be the second matchup of the semis, as Clem Shin will be first. So yeah, Clem versus Shin was ready first. We will go into Clem versus Shin initially. Then we have Solo versus herO as match number 2 for the semifinals. So we will get that ready to go. Man, that hallucination was nuts, no? Yeah, that hallucinated Colossus actually put some work in. Crazy business. All right, guys, we will take a second. I'll run some ads. Always helps to support the stream, of course. Appreciate you all tuning in and hanging out with us today, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, indeed. Clem and Shin are getting locked down, ready to go. Get this ready to go. Where did Bjorn go wrong? Yeah, he was kind of just... He got bullied a lot, right? Like, he tried to attack. It was okay-ish, but he just got bullied after that, and so he keeps getting pushed behind. herO takes the extended lead and just essentially plays it through from there. Not super crazy, not super wild. As we get ready to rumble. In just a few moments' time, guys, into some more games. Again, thanks for hanging out with us. Appreciate you all joining in. Players are ready, apparently, so we're pretty much immediately ready to go and get this started up and kick this one off into more action, guys. So, get this into place and see what will take place. Let's dive in for game number 1 of this semi-final matchup in the top right-hand corner. The red Terran player representing Team Liquid. This is going to be Clem. He takes on the blue Zerg in the bottom left-hand corner. We have ourselves Shin. Game 1 of the BO3. Let me get this ready to party. Alright, semi-final time. Clem Shin. Shin won a couple against Clem initially. Was definitely an interesting one when this patch first came alive, but I do think Clem has gotten a little bit more consistent against Shin since that point. So we'll see what happens here as we get up running and operational for the next few moments. I'll look to see exactly where we're going. Hatchery drops down. Someone today on my YouTube complained that I say the word moment too much, and I presume it's because I'm like, well, in a moment, it really is one of my fillers. Just when there's not a lot happening is the TLDR of it. So apologies if you're that guy on YouTube that's super triggered by me saying this. I apologize. Alas, I I can't help it. Sometimes there's just a couple moments before anything happens. You know, sometimes there's just a couple moments before anything else happens. I don't know what else to tell you. Pain and suffering. Pain and suffering. Alright guys, SCV is moving around. We just scout early, double check this is going to be a hatchery first and not a pool first. It is pretty impactful lately. If it's a pool first, you can get really heavily hurt in the early stages of the game, so you do want to be a bit careful about that a lot of the time. Reaper isn't going to come moving over for a couple seconds, so coming about here. So this Reaper is going to jump onto this for a couple of seconds and see what we can get done. Dancing with a couple of things. It's going to be triple CC from Clem. Terrans have started to figure out what the triple CC build orders look like. At first, it definitely was a little bit of a funky one where triple CC was not working super well and cleanly. But I do think triple CC is one of the things. I mean, of course, Terrans are going to figure out how to triple CC on the 8-worker start. No shot they were going to let this build be non-existent. It was always going to work. It was just, like I say, trying to figure out some of the finities of it and the ins and outs and so on and so forth. And like I said, I'm definitely starting to feel a lot more comfortable about it now, I feel like. As you are going to see double racks on the follow-up here from Clem. So still kind of interesting, right? Because it is going to be more so this triple barracks compared to a... yeah, triple barracks compared to like a... you know, factory in the starport and everything. You typically see the 111 is the words I'm looking for that I for some reason cannot seemingly find. They're on the way up. We have been seeing a lot of these kind of two basey last sort of setups as well. They've been pretty popular recently too. There's a couple Marines continue about. SCVs, combat shields, stim pack, all of that building across. Takes some time to settle in for a little bit. You can see that Reaper hopping down for a couple of moments as well. Hydrogen and Bane Nest going to be the choice from this lair coming up fairly quickly. We got ourselves the third hatch on the way too. It's just going to be pretty fast to the Hydras essentially. We'll see how that works. And it is against like this bio-heavy opening, so it might be kind of interesting to see, like I say, exactly how this plays. Groove Spine's coming up, Carapace on the way, Overlord's Hatchery, all building about as well. Just a few moments. Taking a little bit more time to, again, settle in at the moment here. Stimpack and Combat Shield still building. Hydra's the +1. Carapace and the Groove Spine's coming up as well. So yeah, we really do bring a lot of this just straight into place. Marines are moving out, and a few Lings are going to come on a bit of a counterattack here as well. So just going to come straight across with that one. Marines are heading down the bottom left-hand side, so definitely looking to try and get heavily involved here. A couple Hydras gathering up as well. Carapace upgrade on the way through. Again, bringing a lot of this straight into play right now. So the Hydra's actually going to be... I mean, Hydra's just very good against this. And this is why I think that Shin's build is actually just very smart against what Clem is doing, because now these Marines can't do much of anything. Hydras very quickly get to a point where they can fight against, especially unupgraded Marines. I mean, I know these Marines have stim and so, but they don't have 1-1. They don't have medevacs to support them. I guess the better phrase is unsupported Marines, right? Marines without the medevac support and so on definitely have a much worse time here in general, so... yeah. One upgrades. Continue about. I think it's going to counterattack. But yeah, this is a good start from Shin. Pushes Clem back pretty quickly. Obviously, Shin did sacrifice some economy to have such a solid setup against this. So that is a factor to kind of keep in mind as well. Let's have the, again, armory coming through. A couple of barracks still coming up also for a few moments. Drones is going to mine away. Clem's going to try and line up a bit of a drop here in the next couple of moments. Just going to be playing for this. Playing that drop down to that bottom side. Just trying to find a little bit of value there already. He's going to get that. Overlord is going to get grabbed as well. So I'm getting a little bit more extra. Being caught for the moment. Two upgrades, drilling claws continue about as well. And Bane Hydra still moving through. Taking a couple seconds as we just have an extra couple of barracks on the way up. Clem is obviously not going to be too aggressive after that early start, like maybe a drop here or a drop there, but I think in the grand scheme of things, it's going to be fairly limited in terms of what we do. Having this Bioforce with a couple of tanks coming across at the moment, so again, taking a chance already to move in this direction. Get this settled. Gonna get rid of a couple more Crypt Teamers here. The Hatchery taking some damage, Ling Hydra looking to move through. A couple of Banes already getting jumped on. The other Bane's getting attacked as well. Nice pullback from Clem. Shin's supply is struggling, by the way. Despite what felt like a good start, I mean, Shin actually did lose a lot more value than Clem overall. Obviously, some of this was in this fight just now. I just felt like Clem was shut down so heavily. His macro has been booming, however, and now these Lings counterattacking through. A bunch of SCVs taking damage. 5 workers, 6 workers going down. Marine's still going to fight, capturing a bunch more of these Lings once again. Great capture. Good damage. I see a couple of these Banelings are just a bit too close for Clem to justify targeting down, unfortunately. He's not quite going to be able to do this. Marine tank mine heading to the south. On the top left, by the way, Clem is being chased away. Hydra Bane Force over here does play the defense nicely and pushes this little bit of aggression away, if nothing else at least. So that's good, if nothing else. Bottom right side, though, this position is obviously becoming absolutely brutal as Clem continues to see success at the moment. Just going to be seeing the couple of tanks set, and we are going to be seeing the Hydra Bane still gathering around. Marines still pushing in. 3-3 upgrades coming up from Clem. Getting that started. Widowmine shotgun go off on a few of these Lings. Another Widowmine going to go off on some of the Ling Bane. Medivacs with the mass load up. The button comes into play. That was absolutely a button moment. It was a little bit too smooth even for Clem. Not to brag, guys, but my pickups look like that nowadays as well. As the button is pretty darn good. Couple Banes still going to roll through. Medivacs do load up. Just about going to be able to boost away. Top left side, Hatchery denied. Not even a cancel. That is a kill for Clem. As these Medivacs are a little stuck, though. Do we have anything nearby that can kill it? Hive just finished, so Vipers will kill those Medivacs if we do not get them out of there by that point. Of course, that is going to be the question. Do we get the chance to kind of free this? A couple of Vanes targeted down. The Lings are going to get cleaned up as well. The Lings continue to get shot at. Hatchery falls. The Medivac loads. Again, we escape out of here for a couple of moments. Still some Medivacs on the bottom, chilling about. You know, when I used to talk, when I used to cast, I was used to saying, lift and leave was one of my favorite phrases. When it was like, it's a lift and leave from the Terran. And now it's just a button, you know? There was a skill to lifting and leaving in a fight. And nowadays it really does feel like it's just the button. Yeah. Smash this button in case of emergency. Very true. It is very much so like that. It's kind of crazy how effective it is, honestly. It's kind of crazy how effective it is. Marines unloading over here, so this medevac force does get to come back into play before the Vipers play cleanup, and that's your bunch of units go down. Now, everything should die here for Clem, because you have parasitic bombs or dugs. Banelings crashing on this other side. Not sure what was actually happening there, but a few Banes crash in. However, we are going to still see Clem with enough stuff to keep this going in his favor, it seems, so seemingly fine for now. A few more of the bio units just escaping away a couple of seconds, so Jill just pulling out of here for a few moments. Just going to be seeing the bio still fighting, a couple more Banes going down. Vipers are falling as well. This bio force is just fighting on the ramp and absolutely looking great while doing so. And that is going to be job done. Clem able to take the 1-0 lead against Shin in this semi-final matchup. Alrighty, guys. Game number 2 of this one coming in a second. We are going to go to At Eternity's Edge for this. In game in a second. I just realized that apparently Shameless beat Nightmare, which meant that then Clem beat Shameless, not the other way around. So let me try and sort that out for a second, guys. Perfect. Alrighty, At Eternity's Edge coming into play. Thank you for a moment of patience. Appreciate you guys. Just press the button I need to press over here quickly. Sorry. Let's get into game number 3 of the semifinals here. Let's get this started on up. In the top left-hand corner, the player who is going to be up 1-0. It is going to be Clem from Team Liquid. In the bottom right, our blue Zerg is going to be Shin. Game number 2 of this best of 3 series, guys. Again, thank you for joining us so far today. You're watching WardiTV Mondays on a Tuesday, edition 95. The countdown to the big 100 is coming. Who will win today? Clem Shin in this semi-final, herO Stoller on the other side. Clem with the 1-0 lead. And Shin will go pool first this time around, so bring that about. Well, Clem did SEV Sky last game for pool first. We'll see if he wants to do it something similar this time at all, or what the plan may be. And just to see where that kind of takes us in general. Let's see if you're heading down that bottom right again. A couple drones coming about. Queen, Overlord, Reaper, SCV still building up for a few moments. We continue to get that on the go. Tuesday is the superior Monday. Just while we have a moment of calm then, I guess, guys, before this Reaper comes across the map, I just want to say, and the Reaper might not come across the map because it is pool first, so Clem might keep it at home, although he sees no lings, so maybe he feels fine. I just want to say, of course, if you guys are enjoying the event, first of all, you know, a couple ways to support. First of all, following the channel, Twitch, YouTube, like and subscribe. Helps out a lot straight away. Secondly, this is a WardiTV tournament. It is powered by you guys, as well as a few of our sponsors. The Mondays are sponsored by OSC, Loco, and Winter. Thank you to those guys, especially for helping us out with the Monday Cups. But obviously, you guys play a big part of these, you know, prize pools as well. So if you want to help out with that, do head on over to the Patreon page at patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything pledged goes directly into the tournament prize money if you pledge it on Patreon. It's a fantastic way to support our tournaments. It's a fantastic way to support StarCraft 2. And the players that play day in and day out for us here, as Ariba does not get the drone. Nice save in the end by Shin. It supports the players that play it day in and day out for us here on WardiTV by giving them more prize money to compete for, whether that's more tournaments or higher prize pools. But obviously starting to build up towards the WardiTV 2026 end-of-year championship. So if you want to see a big championship at the end of the year with WardiTV, like I say, that Patreon page is a great place to check out. If you're interested in sponsoring WardiTV tournaments, you want to make a big donation towards, like, you know, whether it's one specific tournament or towards just the Mondays or anything really, always feel free to get in touch with me as well on Discord or message me on Twitch or anything, honestly. Like I say, support goes a long way. We cannot do this all without you guys. So thank you so much for continuing to be here, hanging out, and supporting the content. We really do appreciate it. So thank you very much for listening to Sellouts. Again, use those primes, use those subs, support the channel, support the content, support the StarCraft. Allow us to run more StarCraft in the future. As yo, friends, thank you so much for the 90-month resub. Appreciate it for the happy Monday. Thank you so much. Call him Loco TV. We don't want a repeat of the World Championship raid incident. I don't even know what that is. I am completely clueless on this one, as the Hellions are going to get in. Clem is looking for some good early damage, and he is going to get in for it. As he goes for 9-10 drones. I mean, damage like this on a hurting economy with the current 8 worker starts is very brutal. Obviously, yeah, I mean, 10 workers is always 10 workers, but Hellions hitting 10 workers now just feels so much worse than before, when it's even just a struggle to get up to these worker counts in the first place nowadays, so yeah. Well, rough. Carapace upgrade is going to be coming up from Shin. You're going to see the Stimpak and so building from Clem, but again, like, he's just, I mean, Shin's now just in trouble, and he's going to be playing from behind pretty much no matter what here, unfortunately. This is pretty much just a guaranteed kind of play from behind situation, as those Lings do get turned away. Banshee is going to come around for a couple of seconds, so pulling around on this for now. That's going to be seeing a couple of Marines. Going to go after this Overlord here for a couple of seconds as well. Baynest and company on the way through. Medivacs, Marines, still in the +1 coming about. Melee upgrade, Baynest, the lair on the way through. The additional drones coming about. The Banshee going to head down to the bottom side. Looking to try and see if there's a chance of doing anything over here as well. And tanks, Medivacs gathered together. Banshee just lingering on the edge again. Whenever Clem decides that it's going to be time to go and get things done, like I say, it's going to be brutal for a Shin who had a lot of eco damage taken early. However, killing off the Banshee without it doing anything is going to be a major aid, right? That is 100% going to help you out. That is going to be a big plus. So if nothing else, there you go for a little bit of a saving grace here for Shin. I mean, like I say, still in trouble because he took damage super early, but at least you're not going to take extra damage from the Banshee. However, here's this Marine tank push already showing up. Bane speed is only just started. These Banes are going to struggle to get into reach. +1 on combat shield's not done yet. So this army is going to get better from Clem soon. There's a few Banes start to try and make their way forward just initially. And it's going to be a cleanup from Shin. Clem, I mean, +1 on combat shield probably would have made a massive difference here. The firepower extra on those Marines to kind of fight through those units could have been massive. And yeah, losing a couple of his tech gear units already as well is not exactly ideal right off the bat of that one. So, not ideal, as we just have the drone still setting up, the melee upgrade coming around. A few more moments here. Let's see the Lings counterattacking as well as Clem is putting some damage into this base, but we're going to save it for the moment. So for now, at least, we are going to be okay. CC burning. And obviously, Clem saves that as well for a couple of seconds. We having the tank going to be able to fire. The command center coming through. Take a few moments. Just gonna have the Marines, the tank still moving across. Gonna pull back to the top a little bit as well. It's gonna be seeing the Ling Bane gathering around, hanging for a few moments. Yeah, depot behind the back. Ling's gonna run by again. Good job from Shin. I tell you what, Shin has been one of the better players at kind of hitting these Ling run bys lately. Every time we see him play, especially in this matchup, I feel like he's very, very consistent at kind of hitting these run bys and seeing a lot of success with them. So cool to see. We see the Marines still pushing through this hatchery, taking some damage as well. Just gonna be having the Ling Bane Hydra still coming over. Take a couple seconds. Drop in the bottom left from Clem, still around, still looking to try and be a little active here in these next few moments. He's going to push through. Hatcher already taking some pretty serious damage. Some good work being done. And he's seeing this Bioforce still holding out. Scanning to the main base, trying to see where Shin is at in terms of tech. Just trying to confirm what you're up to. Also, he had the Liberator there that could have potentially made some moves too. So bit of possibility to kind of get some work done on that one. Bio is unloading on this left-hand side, so still trying to find a little bit more of this for a few moments. Bane, Hydra, all gathering, and we are going to be seeing this army able to spread across the base. To tell you what, again, I'm always very quick to kind of presume, you know, someone losing a bunch of drones like that to Clem early in the game is going to be in a ton of trouble, and I don't think that's necessarily wrong, but you obviously see here Shin has been able to fight back pretty decently. Like, you know, we're playing the game right now. We're playing the game, and this is not necessarily a situation where playing the game was a guarantee. Just going to see those Marines and tanks still gathered together. Uh-oh, tanks were not siege, so that's going to take away some of the opportunity for Clem in this fight as the Ling Bane runs through. Marines are still getting chased. Marines having to pull back just a little further again. Forces back, and Shin is going to win this fight a little bit. Ling Hydra still looking to push on forward. These Marines on the low ground pulling over as well, deciding where else they want to go to. That's going to be some of the medevacs. The tanks are able to hold on with that position. An attempt to drop over here. Hive now on the way from Shin. That's one thing he's still slow on, right? The Hive tech is not exactly super quick. He's definitely been playing a survival kind of game. He's not just being able to tech while everything else is happening as this drop is dealt with by the Lings arriving. And Marine's going to unload back into that upper right-hand corners. They're just going to unload for a couple moments. Ling Bane +1 missiles continuing through. We do get a little kill in the corner. And again, the Hive still coming up as well. Marines load back into those medevacs. We escape away again. 3-3. Widow Mines, Marines, Sense Tower all continuing to produce currently. Has Clem made any comments about the new pickup hotkey? I mean, yeah, all the Terrans are using the pickup hotkey, guys. We literally, he used it in like a game earlier in this series. It's super obvious when it gets used as well. I mean, this game we saw earlier, or this moment we saw earlier was like a very obvious hotkey moment. Even Clem can't lift up all the Marines as smoothly as he did in that scenario. And I think they're only going to use it more as they figure out the exact kind of way in which it works as well sometimes. Like, sometimes they're saying it's inconsistent, but I imagine as they figure out like the exact way in which it targets and prioritizes, it's only going to see more use. Like, this hotkey is here, and it's clearly here to stay. It is an absolute factor. Well, we're just going to be seeing these units continue to gather about. As Marines, again, just loading up and just running away. Clem just retreating constantly with these medevacs of units. Drop in the corner is going to be dealt with by the Spore Crawler. Nice position means there's just one thing you don't have to worry about there is Shin that you probably would have had to deal with initially if you weren't being careful. So just to grab that. Bane is moving across. It's actually going to be Shin's attempt and turn to deny a command center here, so he will put some work onto that pretty much immediately. Rid of this base over in this corner, so Clem is going to succeed on that one. Going to be nice to see for him, and as we are going to see the Lean Banes will continue now after 2. Team put a bit more work in. Just going to see the rest of this continuing across. Having the hatchery dropping into position. Marines are going to position themselves. Going to be seeing this Hydra Bane is going to come across. Medevac's going to load up and evacuate out of here as well. Yeah, he's using these medevacs a lot. I mean, as Shin goes into lurkers, I would actually just really love to see a few Vipers or so, because these medevacs have been causing major issues for Shin in this game. He's been consistently getting denied and put into some very difficult positions because it's a constant case of being bullied essentially by these medevacs. Gonna get into the back here, threaten the Lurker Den. That's obviously not a good idea. Ideal scenario. Lurker Den pretty darn important. As the medevacs now load up, gonna go into the main base. The rest of these Lings are gonna go chase after. Spore tries to relocate. Going to be seeing the Lingbait Hydra Lurker is going to make a bit of a defense here, so continue to chase this one around. See the few Marines in this corner going to get after some Lings as well. Just going to be Elder again, be annoying. Another 12 drones or so going down at the moment, so a bunch more damage being dealt once more. CC going to relocate across and just going to be positioned. Another command center being built. Clem's starting to get to this later stage of the game, which you kind of expect him to be in a lot of the time here as well. Let's get into the spot right now. We have Shin obviously pushing up. We're going to see the Liberators coming down. I don't think Shin can really break into this, but if you can deny a base or two along the way, that would be lovely. Even that's not exactly something which is necessarily a guarantee here per se. We're seeing this base going down. Clem again, constant with the drops, constant with the aggression, has been very consistent for the most part throughout the course of this. Has been very, very consistent, as we are going to see a couple of these mines get burrowed up. Hydra Bane, Ling going to get chased away as well for a couple more moments. Again, Ling Bane, Hydra all gathers in. Take a few more moments. We settle down. The Bio is going to be there. Hatchet going to take some damage again. Another base going down. I mean, now we're going to hit the right side. If we're going to lose another base here, this is rough. It's only Ling Hydra on defense. I don't think that's ever going to be good enough right here. As you can just sort of see, this base is in trouble. A few ghosts even mixed into this army, and Clem has just bullied Shin out of this game. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Clem 2-0 in the semis and moves on through with confidence into the next round of competition. GG's. Into the finals for him. We hop back over to Korea for the second semi-final. Solar against herO in the other semi-final coming up, guys. So I'm going to get this straight ready to go. All right, we should be able to kick this off in just a few moments then, guys. Beautiful stuff. Coolio. All right, so just checking a couple things here and there. A couple bits and pieces on the go. Wait for these lobbies come online. Thanks for joining us, guys. You have a bunch of viewership today as well on the YouTube. Almost 400 viewers on YouTube, which is great to see. Appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. Rainfall can be opening a map of this PvZ, my friends. Alright, let's get this one up and ready to run then. As we get ready for Solar herO semi-final, who will play Clem in the finals. Obviously, there's a lot of history between Clem, Solar, and herO in the finals of WardiTV Mondays, so we will see who's able to make it. Terra Nimbus as Solar, Clem Nimbus as herO. Wow. Alright, the balance wine on the race that isn't even in the matchup. Unbelievable. Zerg Imber drops herO just before the game begins. Oh my goodness. The drama builds. As we set up and get ready to go into game. It is going to be in the top left-hand corner. Let's start with that Zerg player. Just because I said top left and we're actually in the bottom right, but we'll pretend we weren't. It is going to be our blue Zerg in the top left-hand side. This is indeed going to be Solar. He takes on the red Protoss in the bottom right. It is herO. What has herO figured out about this PvZ matchup will be our question mark. As we get this ready to go. Ready to start and action begins. Yeah. I don't know if I've seen herO play PvZ on the patch yet, actually. I'm trying to think if I saw him play. I did see him play a couple of like Sky Tossy games. We'll see if that's going to be his plan. I don't know if I've casted much of him on the patch, because obviously he was playing Maestros and we only cast like one event since Maestros. Oh, well, Home Story Cup. But, you know, like we didn't do much since Maestros. herO wasn't around much either, so I'm excited to see some herO PvZ in the WardiTV Monday setting as well, because this is my chance to really kind of see him and see exactly what happens. Very exciting indeed as we get settled down. Get ready to go. Yeah, obviously a lot of pros have been definitely favoring the ideas of a lot of the basically the Sky Tossy stuff. The Sky Toss has been definitely one of the choices we've been seeing made a lot, so expecting Sky Toss to be a big factor in this series as well, more than likely. Kind of surprised to see it just be missing completely, of course. See where we get going to. When will they revert this shit patch? I don't think they're going to be reverting anything. I think they might still change some things, but I think reverting anything is feels a bit unlikely, unfortunately. Maybe. I just don't see them reverting anything this quickly, basically. Is I guess what it kind of comes down to. Maybe like eventually we revert some stuff, but just like I said, I don't see that happening. Like, and then, you know, I don't see that happening super soon, I guess. I think they'll make more changes, but like I say, reverting and going back to what it was, I just don't think is on the table at all. Okay, at least up the worker count to 9 or 10. I mean, we've had these discussions endlessly at this point. Yeah. At the end of the day, the problem now is that if you go backwards on the worker count change, you go back on pretty much the majority of the changes, because the majority of the changes were also built around the worker change, right? Now, obviously, that's not completely true, okay? Like, you know, you don't, you know, for example, like the, you know, the warp gate change and stuff. But a lot of the other changes have been based around fixing the economy that we broke by changing the worker count. So, in that regard, yeah, it's a very weird place that we're in now. The only thing I will say is if they do go backwards, then they've got to go back sooner rather than later. Because the later they go back, if they do go backwards, the later they go back, the more damage is already done, you know? But then I don't think they're going to go back anytime soon. Because I just don't see them being like, oh yeah, this needs fixing right now or something. I just don't see it. I really don't, unfortunately. Feelings treading in the early stages. Taking a few moments to put some work out as we have got ourselves a prism here to try and get across the map and apply some pressure. Still has been pretty good with the Lings, being fairly active with those and getting some value. Getting some work done himself. Just going to see the Lings. Actually going to find the Stalkers in the middle of the map here. Trying to warp in. His hero wants to put this pressure into place where possible. Stalker's still applying pressure, so kind of fun from herO, just kind of going into this robo, getting the prism up, and continuing to put some damage out with that for the moment. That is kind of his goal, it would seem, at this moment. Prism still moving around for a couple seconds. Going to see the couple Stalkers are popping out for a moment or so as well, so continue to bring that over. Have the, I guess the Immortals is now on the way. We're actually going to go armor upgrade after the attack as well, so fun to see where that's going to come out to. Just going to be seeing the Stalker still gathering for a few moments. Just going to have the blink, the similar blink, the armor upgrade, and so continue to come through a couple seconds then. Still trying to apply pressure. Someone now has a lot of units. Ling, Roach, Ravager, +1 missiles, and that Roach speed coming up as well. So is that just going to be our goal? Is that what we're just going to stick to here? Might be the case. Ling's going to try and counterattack. They're going to get in. Well, let's see how herO deals with this then. Because that is less than ideal, to be honest with you as well. As it is going to now be probes going down while Roach Ravager starts to move across the map. So Roach Ravager begins to get some motion rolling. This is 9 workers already going down. It's quite a lot of probes to be lost pretty quickly here. Seeing the Ling's still going as well, and that's rough when you're going to have the front door maybe under attack too. In this case, we actually don't see the front door under attack, so it's kind of just fine for now. Not as bad as it initially seemed like it might be. Stalker going to get grabbed. The Prism's still coming over. And the Solo didn't attack, but I mean, I still don't know if he necessarily needed to either, right? There's a Disruptor coming through to try and help deal with things here for a couple of moments. Going to be seeing a little bit of a fight in the center. Obviously, remember that your force fields are a little bit worse than they used to be, or a little bit better than they used to be, or your way of dealing with force fields is a little bit worse than they used to be as the Zerg players. So that could be a factor. That's why the force fields may be a bit more kind of present in this game than you might be used to seeing in PvZ as well. That really was a change that just came out of nowhere. A very interesting one that, like I say, really kind of cropped up in one of the final changes that we saw, kind of added in somewhat last second. Ling's going to get caught. Nice from herO to get as much damage as possible. Bane's crashing through, not doing much. Solo's getting close to maxing out, but again, it's a pretty low-tech army, right? So it's a pretty low-tech army. There's definitely going to be part of the factor here that we have to consider in the grand scheme of things. Them still just there with the Disruptors, obviously trying to find some damage as well, so definitely trying to find a way to do as much as possible right now. Again, the Disruptor coming out, a +2 attack upgrade coming in as well. Things, Bane's melee upgrade continue to come about. Disruptor shot still trying to come through, still trying to get a little bit more done. Another Disruptor shot actually going to land onto a bunch of those Banelings. It's a pretty effective moment for sure, as we are going to be seeing this just Solo from all sides. I mean, we've been kind of seeing a pretty miserable game for herO, and this is going to be a pretty fitting end to it, I think. Like I say, Solo did not play a super techy army, but boy, did he just not need to. It just did not matter at all. He had more than enough to crash through, and it is looking as though Solo is going to find himself a 1-0 lead in this best-of-3 semi-final, looking to set up a Clem Solo final today, potentially, if we can get through here. Yeah, herO kind of a bit of a rough start, and then did not exactly get much better for him. Felt as though it continued to go kind of downhill pretty quickly. I'm going to go add it to these Edge 4 map 2 guys. Get this started up in a couple of seconds and get this on the go and ready to resume for a little bit more action as well. Keep this going. All right, let's get this started up and let's get this all settled in. Kick off into some action and get this, like I say, ready to rumble. Game number 2, herO versus Solo, and Solo has the 1-0 lead here in the semi-finals of the WardiTV Mondays 95. Looking for another final for him. We'll talk about the numbers of it. Korean server is bugging out, guys. Like, basically, I don't know what it is, but the game just doesn't start a bunch of the time, which I don't know if you guys know, but it's actually kind of useful if the game actually does begin when the countdown hits 0. That is actually what allows us to then get into the game. So it's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Imagine SC2 as an EWC this year. To be fair, I mean, you could argue that EWC would like it. Not necessarily because of Zergs per se, but because of just the fact that there's changes and like changes look good. Changes generally do just look good to the to EWC. I think one of the things they didn't like about StarCraft, if anything, was probably the fact that it was left to kind of die a bit, unfortunately. As sad as that is to say, that is kind of the case. So yeah. You unfollowed everything EWC after they dropped SC2? Good. Show them what you care for. Okay, so we are once again on the attempted load screen here. Again, where there's some kind of bug when we hit 0, where the game just doesn't actually start for some reason. But it does seem to be starting this time, so let's go into At Eternity's Edge, and let's send it into game number 2, as Solar leads 1-0. Heading into this next game. In the bottom right-hand side, down a map is going to be our red Protoss player. This is going to be herO. Taking on our blue Zerg, who is up 1-0. We have ourselves Solar. Probe across the map early already. It's just going to block, and that is going to be the drone forced to go down to the low ground, so it's going to be a pretty easy block there for a couple of moments. No problems. Probe just continues through. Let's just have, obviously, the chance to be annoying right here. Always good. And our probies will just be moving about for a little bit, for a few moments as well. So we're just chilling, taking it easy for a couple seconds, guys. Get this on the way. Not too surprising this early game. PvZ was always one of the slower matchups, and that's really just going to be added to with the changes we saw. In the patch. We're moving around, Cybercore and the Nexus both building up, the probe coming across. It'll take a few moments. Continue to settle here. Again, the Adept on the way, Nexus and the Assimilator all building as well. And probe just going to hide in the back of the natural. It's a Stargate from herO. Again, nothing really too surprising about that. This part we kind of know and expect already, so yeah, kind of aware that that's going to be happening as the feelings continue to maneuver around as well. Just trying to figure out what's potentially happening here. That probe finally just going to go back home. Yeah, Stargate on the way. Stalker and a couple of probes. The links be coming up from here, from Solar, as he gets ready to rumble as well. Overlord is going to get to high ground, so it's not going to be in trouble until at least a Stargate unit pops out. But if that keeps the Oracle at home a few more moments, that's also a little bit of a victory, if nothing else. So it's pretty decent as we continue to settle down. Stalker gonna poke, the Overlord will take some more damage. Bling's gonna run in. Gonna look to try and get a grab on that Stalker, which falls over to the sides. Oracle still gathering up, and again, Oracle will get on the way. Next is in the gateway being added on as well to bring a bunch of this into place for a few seconds. This Oracle is trying to poke, and it's going to be met by the Queens pretty quickly, so pretty easy answer there right off the bat. Again, Oracle and a couple of Adepts just building through. This Oracle looked like it maybe wanted to stasis ward there. Thought twice about it, didn't quite manage it. Started to take damage, and I think at that point it was just a bit too late to really commit to it, so we fall back from that one. We step away. Still got the Overlord, the Oracles moving around. It's just going to be the lair from Solar, so we'll tech to that lair and see what we can do from that point. It's going to be our starting point for now, at least. A couple of those Oracles gather around. The Roach drone coming up. Lair, drones all building through. Those Lings want to try and maybe get a little bit of a catch here as well, seeing if there's any potential for success. The Oracles will activate to play the defense. The Lings get forced away. They're still happy to force the Oracles to start, utilizing a bit of their energy and so on here, I would imagine. Don't think you're going to be upset about that. The Adepts obviously coming through. They're going to get a bunch of drones, so Solar's going to take a lot of damage very quickly from this one, so that is definitely going to be a success story. And still getting there. A couple of these Adepts going down. It's going to be 11 drones killed. It is going to be Sky Toss behind it as well, by the way. So Fleet Beacon, second Stargate, all coming up. So we bring that straight into action. Yeah, we can kind of see where this is going. It's going to Sky Toss, which, like I say, has definitely been very popular. And what a bad start for Solar as well. To be up against Sky Toss while taking 11 workers of damage is pretty brutal right from the very beginning. So yeah, that's going to be really tough. We got to try and break back out of this situation then as we take a couple moments. Just going to be seeing a couple Lings going to get in after the Adepts. Spire is halfway done. The Evolution Chamber is about halfway done as well. So also gathering up pretty decent for now. Triple Oracle still trying to find further damage as well. Again, the more you do, the happier you're going to end up being. Just going to have the Oracles already coming through again. And again, just keeping them out of control with these Oracles. Really, really good for you in the long term. To see a lot of success with this. You just see the couple of Adepts are going to get surrounded once more. So again, just a bit further damage found again over here. Two Void Rays on the way behind this, because we already have Corruptors on the way, so you want to protect it against these Corruptors, and one of the best ways to do that is absolutely going to be in the form of the Void Rays, to get those Void Rays on the go. Just 3 Void Rays at a time. Like I say, this has definitely been the one of the main ideas of people have decided that this is just how you play PvZ at the moment. Just go to that Sky Toss. The gateway stuff really, I think, affects PvZ a lot more than it affects PvT. It's very awkward to use, especially because you've got to wall off a lot in PvZ and so as well. It's going to be having a lot of this gathering around. Just going to be seeing the Adept is going to get caught. 4 more drones though. I mean, it's been a game of just worker losses for Solar. 25 drones dead in a 9-minute game is not what you want to be seeing, plain and simple. That is not what you want to be seeing at all. Void's coming up. +1 flyer attack coming over as well. We have a lot of corruptors. Solo's going to be maxing out, so we have the chance in these fights. Not like the fights are going to be completely hopeless or anything, but be lying if I say I feel super hopeful for our boy Solo. I don't know, I just feel like this has been a game where there's just been too much damage done too early on, right? Like, there's just been too much that's gone against Sola in the early stages to really get behind him at this stage of being able to, you know, potentially pull it back around and so. But I'll happily be proven wrong. I mean, to be fair, you know, herO wins this game, we get tied up 1-1. It's also not a bad thing. We're happy to see longer games, longer series, typically speaking. So I don't think that would be too upsetting in the grand scheme of things. For the most part, it's just going to be seeing this Roach Ravager force continues to come through. We're seeing the mothership is set to try and defend this. We are going to see that mothership going down already, so that is going to be a pretty big loss right off the bat. It's going to be having the Void Ray taking some damage as well. It's going to go down. Is herO actually going to have enough here in the end? This seems as though this fight might have been actually just good enough from Solar in the end. Actually looks as though he might be able to be getting the job done from this one. Void's carrier continue to gather up. Just going to be seeing this base going down. If nothing else, that's already a win for Solar. Slowing down the potential rebuild during this would be massive. Just going to be seeing the Void Rays activating that prismatic alignment again. We know just how important that is. A huge factor in the grand scheme of this, as we are going to see Queens, the Ravagers, still looking to push on forward, trying to do as much as possible right off the bat. 4 extra Void Rays on the way through. The Corrupt is still coming up as well. Just going to be seeing the Void Rays still active. We are going to be trading as best we can. Running into this, the Void Rays are going to come turning. Going to be seeing a few more corrosive vials coming down. Solar is going to lose these last few corruptors, unfortunately, I think. As the Ravagers on the ground are putting in work, though, so kind of a weird question of, like, I mean, the Void Rays will eventually clean up, you would think. Or will they? I mean, corrosive vials keep landing on them. You can't win this if you keep eating the corrosive vials here as herO. I mean, he's eating a lot of vials, I'm not going to lie. That boy is feasting. I mean, there's a couple Queens that are still doing damage as well, but yeah, the bile count is being ridiculous, and these Void Rays are actually dropping down. And of course, the Ravagers still doing work on the ground as well. Finishing off this Nexus will be a major deal in the grand scheme of things on this one as well. Ravagers do take a second to back it off. herO surviving at 120 supply to the 160 at this current point in time. This is where we're going to sit. Everything else still gathering together. Corruptor's going to be taking some damage again. A few more shots coming through is going to be good enough. Solar's just going to take it down. He is going to win this out. So how about that from Solar to come through, win this one out, and get that one victorious? Pretty big deal. As we get into another gosh, sorry guys, I've got Ellie bugging me a little bit here. Hello, baby. What's wrong? You good? You good? You've brought your star you want to play. I see, I see. I mean, I get it, babes. I would love to play as well. Alas, it is not so easy to play when we've got to cast StarCraft, you know? Alrighty, guys. Give me a moment, because I think I'm just going to go check on Ellie and see if she needs anything other than me playing. So I'll be right back. Finals coming up. Solo Clem, best of 5, up next. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Clem Solar. Grand final coming up in WardiTV Mondays 95. Not the first time they've met in a Mondays final, as Solar enters his 8th ever WardiTV Monday finals. He has won 4, one of them being 2 weeks ago against MaxBax in that finals. He Control F Solar in the finals. He lost to Clem in WardiTV Mondays 40. He beat MaxBax, he beat herO, he beat Clem in Mondays 63. And then I believe he lost one more to Clem, but apparently not. So that's his 3rd or so final against Clem. 1-1 all time in the finals between these two. As we get this up and ready to rumble, guys. Game begins right here. As we kick this off into action. In the top left-hand corner, the red Terran player to start us off is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. Takes on the blue Zerg. In the bottom right corner of the map, we have got ourselves none other than the wonderful Solar. Game number 1 of this best of 5. We got this on the way. We got this started up. We look to see what is going to happen here as we get this one into place. And we have ourselves a grand final on our hands of WardiTV Mondays 95. Been some great games. Been enjoying the semi-finals. We had great games before the semis as well, to be fair. It's just been a good day in general. Happens, as obviously it's a Monday on a Tuesday. Even the players are feeling the kind of how special this one is. So that, that's nice. The players feeling it as well, giving us a good showing. It is, real talk, very cool though. As again, shout out to the players, obviously sometimes putting up with us moving the tournaments around and it not being on a Monday. I know Harston was very distraught by this. Apparently he showed up on time yesterday. Wham bam, ready to play StarCraft. What do you know? His favorite Monday Cup was not actually available. Devastated. He was devastated. Yeah. I wouldn't say he was quite crying, like in the message he sent me, but like, it wouldn't surprise me if he was crying before he messaged me, and that he just about pulled it together just after, just before it kicked in. So yeah, he was pretty sad about the whole thing. Typical Protoss player, you change one thing and the entire world ends for them. It's just no saving graces for these guys, Alrighty, we got ourselves an SUV scouting back home after it's already been around the map a little bit and seen a little bit of what's going on. So seeing a bit of what's happening here just initially. Hyper is just being a little bit of a nuisance. Going to be a little annoying early as it gets in for a little bit of damage. Nothing too super crazy. Once again, pretty reasonable for the moment. Oh, this is a loud song. Obviously, we've got new music in StarCraft in case you missed it, and we have some of the tracks are a little louder than others. This one kicked in, I was like, whoa! I feel like we're about a game with this one kicking in. I feel like it's just gotten quieter as well as I've started to talk about it. Oh yeah, it's trying to gaslight me. It wasn't actually that loud, Wardy. I think it was just the first bit of the beat was a bit loud. Maybe I am just going crazy. Maybe, I haven't complained enough today. I haven't really complained about anything today, so maybe that's it as well. What happened to Harston? Nothing. He played today. Yeah, he played today. Yeah, lost out in the was it the round of I can't remember what round he lost out in. Round of 16 or round of 8? I think he made round of 8, then lost out, unfortunately. Gonna see our drones gathering back together. Gonna see that Spire coming back through as well. Gonna see a little bit more of what's going on. This Reaper is gonna put some pressure in. Get active for a few moments. So yeah, just going around a little bit there. Putting some work into place. The stim pack is coming up already from Clem as he continue to put some pressure on for a few moments as well. Trying to see what else is happening here. A couple Hellions gather up. That stim pack on the way through as well. Let's continue to bring that around for a few more moments. Gathering this together. Just going to be having this Rax and Combat Shield and Company coming about as well. So again, bringing a lot of this straight into play right now. Just kind of going from there at the moment. That is our current situation of things. It's going to be having the Mutalists on the way up though. So we are going to see Lingbane Muta on the way from Solar. That is going to be the choice. That is going to be the way that things head for now. Few Marines unloading. Actually going to get an Overlord supply block in Solar. Not a great time. He's already got a good few units on the way, but you don't love to see that, of course, as you see the Marines trying to fight through for a little bit as well. A couple of Queens, the Lings and the Bane gathering in at the moment. It's going to be seeing those mutas still joining up together, so again, holding out for a couple of seconds. It's going to be seeing the mutas able to get in and get after a couple of these Marines, so already able to stop putting a little bit of pressure back through. Mutas are going to get turned around again. Those few Marines getting hit by these mutas. Again, nice to see the mutas be able to do as much as they're doing. Is it enough, though? Just having the SCV is going to transfer back over to this base. It seems pretty reasonable still for the most part right now. Gathering another few moments. Gonna see that +1 flyer attack upgrade coming through as well. You've seen the couple of mutas actually going to get pushed away once more too, so a little bit of bullying around for a couple of moments. Seeing some success here in the next little bit. So yeah, some value being found. I mean, Clem's still trying to stay on this map, still trying to be as aggressive as he can be for a couple moments as well, finding whatever is available to him, which is fairly limited. It's going to have the and Queen gathering up, the melee upgrade, the +2 carapace, the Overlord speed and so coming through as well. Those mutas trying to sit tight and tidy as they stay gathered in. Again, Muta, Bane, Queen, +1 flyer attack and so continue coming through also. Let's bring a lot of the rest of this through. Those Marines still fighting, trying to see if there's anything else they can find for themselves. Just trying to deal with the mutas still. That are still staying pretty threatening. These mutas are doing a good job of remaining very active overhead at the moment. As the Marines able to get cancelled, and the main base actually going to maybe get after the infestation pit as well, which would be really, really nice. Continuing through for this one, those meters do end up pulling back. Clem maxed out, Solar pretty much maxed out as well. Numbers very similar here still between the two. Sorry guys, Ellie is... I went to see her, she didn't want anything, she just wants to play. She's struggling with being bored, is her current problem. So, yeah, apologies. She keeps distracting me. She keeps nudging me and taking my attention and play with me, Dad. I can't, we gotta work. The Bane's gonna crash through. Those few Marines, Wood of Mine's burrowing up, Thor as well, settled in for the moment. Continue to gather around just for now. And do see the Muta's going to get back in, going to get a bunch more SCVs. So the damage continues to grow. A couple Widow Mines going off towards a bunch of the Ling Bane. Not able to do too much. The Muta's still overhead in the natural now, turning back around to some other locations as well. Trying to find as much as possible here. As can be seen, the Manzilla moving through into a planetary. Just going to gather here for a couple seconds. Marines coming around. Marines and Thor's going to be gathering up as well. We are going to be seeing this push forward. Continuing in the next couple of moments here. Clem just holding this position. Can Solar break through? Ling Bane Muta. Its weakness is that you get stuck on Ling Bane Muta for kind of a long time, and that's definitely kind of been the case here so far. Just trying to figure out if we can make our way through this or not. As Clem and can Solar actually deal with this army as well. Both players kind of having similar vibes in terms of what they want to try and achieve here at this moment. Marines, actually you gotta be careful. Loses a pretty full medevac, unfortunately. Full medevac is not ideal, and actually these medevacs in general are still in trouble. This is the problem with, you know, dropping into dropping into a muta-based army. There is a weakness to it. There is a benefit to it, obviously, on the side as well of our Berserk player. There's a reason you want to play mutas sometimes. There's a reason it is good, believe it or not. I see the Muta's getting overhead, joining up with that Bioforce, hitting where we can. We're just going to be seeing the Bio still gathering through. And we are going to push the Mutas back once again. Good bit of back and forth so far here. Good bit of feistiness happening thus far. I'm still owning a lot of the middle of this map, and one of the things obviously Solo really does not have is just creep spread. The creep spread is quite clearly not strong enough right now for him to really be super comfortable in the grand scheme of things on this, so definitely having some issues in that regard. We've seen the Bio gathering about. A couple of medevacs going to drop off to that right side again. Risky against the Mutas, but Clem believes he's got enough map control to be able to make it happen. Back through once again right here. Just going to see the Mutas with the Banes crashing forward. We've got an Ultra on the ground as well, something that can definitely try and help us out with quite nicely. The opportunity comes to it. And he's just going to step forward. This hatchery is going to go down pretty much immediately. The creep team is going down as well. A few more drones still being caught. The Mutas are going to be there. The Marines go down again. Medevacs with the Marines nearby. I'm going to continue to get some healing done for a few moments. Fire just gathers up. Those medevacs still gathering as well. Settling here for a little bit. You can see Ultra, Ling Bane still gathering together, plus the armor coming about. The mutas are going to try and dive in after a few of these SCVs. Still trying to find a little bit more damage as well. Just going to be seeing the medevacs loading up, pulling away to the sides. Ling Bane Ultra going to come across to try and see what else is going on. And again, the rest of this army continue to come through, pushing forward. Widowmine shot are still coming off. Bane's going to crash in towards a bunch of these SCVs. 17 workers already dropping, make it 18. That number continues to rise at the moment as the Bioforce will fight against this Ultra. It will go down. Bio continue to do very well here already. And these couple Ultras resetting themselves once again. 54 Zerglings in production, a few Overlords on the way. 15 minutes in on Rainfall. Clem just lost a ton of his economy, but his army supply is fantastic. But I think Solar's got a good enough army to kind of keep Clem away from doing much else. Obviously, it's kind of wild because we're staying very Ling Bane mutary. With just a couple of Ultras starting to support, it's difficult to get into Ghosts with this because Ghosts are very expensive, very supply expensive too. You're on the risk of getting too many Ghosts and you get overrun by the, kind of Ling Bane aspect of this army as well. And it's not like Clem is super rich to be able to rebuild Ghosts right now as well. It's been a very active game, so just finding the money to be able to do that is, like I say, pretty difficult to do as the mutas try and come across. A couple of Widowmine shots get off after the Banelings as well. Ultra's still trying to chase forward, the Bioforce pulling away. Widowmine hits again. Ultras will go down. Widowmine's very helpful to Clem here. Without those, I think that would have been a struggle as mutas will continue to put pressure on. Clem is rebuilding SCVs en masse, by the way. He is finding the need to rebuild a lot as the Widowmine does find a couple of Banes here. Going to find even more. Real couple of mines going in Clem's favor. He does deny this Hatcher on the right side. This is going to force the mutas back to deal with these medevacs, surely. As we've got to find a way to shut these down. Ling's are going to start running in. First medevac already dropping. Enough bio out for the moment. As we pull back to deal with this, there's already another Clem assault on the map as well over on the left-hand side. Here, the Ultras going to force the lift up. Are the mutas here to capitalize? Yes, they are. Diving into the medevacs. And we are just going to start picking off absolutely everything. Like I say, there is another Clem assault on the map. It's already picked off one hatchery. Aiming to the bottom left, looking for another. They're going to get to this bottom corner. Widowmine lands onto the Zerglings. The rest of the Lings coming through. Broodlings as well. Oh, the Widowmines are still great here as Clem finally lifts up and backs away. Where the mutas at across the map, they can come and intercept perhaps. If the Ultras stay on the hot on the tail of these units, yeah, Clem knows it as well. He realizes he's going to have to split these up to minimize the losses. But that's not exactly nice. I mean, in a way, it kind of... I thought Solo was just going to say, screw it then. I'm just going to go across the map, which he still did with a few units in the end. Becoming a pretty interesting situation for a few moments, if nothing else. Fire coming over. A couple of Ultras still going down. Widowmine shot going in as well. A couple more of these Banes getting picked away at. Another Ultra taking damage. The medevac lifts up once more. Mutas still trying to dive up towards the upper left side. Missile turret shooting at those mutas also. Ling, Bane, couple of hatcheries. All of that continue to come across. Just going to see the mutas here getting back in after the Marine Marauder Force. Widowmine will go nicely onto a group of mutalists there as well. The other medevacs coming over. And Ling, Bane, Ultra gathering on that right side. Figuring out what we want to do here. A bunch more Lings coming about. Plus 2 Flyer Carapace coming up as well. Just going to have this Bioforce heading across. Again, the Ling Bane still coming up. Plus 2 Flyer Carapace, a part of that as well. For the moment. Fire Army is going to come down and just going to be seeing Clem. Really did handle the last few moments extremely effectively for himself. Some Widowmines get to go off here. We are still chasing, but we lose an Ultralist in the chase as Solar. I think Solar's just losing momentum in general right now. It feels as though this is not doing enough for him. Bio takes a big stim. Solar's going to say well played. Wow, he gets overrun in the end. I thought Solar had enough control of this game. But Clem just, in a few moments of absolute chaos and very difficult maneuver positions, is able to bring himself into it and is able to get himself the 1-0 lead in this best-of-5 final. It's crazy. That's actually crazy. Solar down by a game to start us off. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was not an easy game for Solar, but I felt like he got himself to a position where it was going to be good. Yeah, just crazy. Clem is just nuts. There's not much else to say. Clem is just nuts sometimes, you know? Dude's just really freaking good at the game, so... Who knew? Who knew? crazy business. All right, guys. Next game coming up in a few moments. And get this ready to go. GG, go, ready in GLA. Jeff gets called. We get set to go. What's up, Zergberger? Thank you so much for the 15-month YouTube membership. Man, the clutch medevacs, but I know, sending them in different directions, and then I think Solar should have just gone after them, though. He had enough units to split in every direction and just go mutas, kill one, the next, and the next. And it buys Clem time, but I think that's the right choice. It's like 40 supply of Terran you kill. I really feel like that would have been... actually, like, so much better than what happened, because Solar in the end actually didn't do much, because he just didn't send enough in one place in the end. Top left-hand side, our red Terran player is going to be Clem. Up a game after a thrilling game number 1, hoping for more awesome action going into a game number 2. As he takes on the blue Zerg in the bottom right corner of the map. This is Solar. Game 2 of this best of 5 then. Let's see where this one's going to go. Let's take a couple moments to settle ourselves into At Eternity's Edge. Get this started. Get this on the way. Alright, Overlord just going to be heading toward that upper left-hand side. See what's going on. Gonna have that orbital finishing up very soon. Reaper is about halfway done. Again, hatch, gas, and pool continue to come into place at the moment. This is going to be moving back over again. Command center and the reactor coming up. And take a few early build order choices to get ourselves into this game 2 of the best of 5. He's actually chasing that Reaper quite nicely. Reaper taking some damage. Yo, Idle SCV. Thank you for gifting a sub to the community. And Hellspawn 0. Thank you so much for the generosity of a gifted sub. Much appreciated. You can see that Reaper coming over. Link speed drones continue to come about. Just going to see that Overlord coming up as well. Take a few more moments. Just going to see the Reaper coming across again. Link speed will be finishing very soon. Queen Overlord, a few drones coming about. Just going to have ourselves the action starting soon, I would hope, with the link speed being done. Obviously, Clem is also pretty inactive in this game. He has a Reaper and no Hellions, so without the Hellions, it's going to be much tougher for him to, again, take map controller so early. It's going to be seen Marines holding tight at the front, obviously heading into a lot of Marines from here, factory now on the way up as well. They're basically going to drop a grenade down, going to bop for a drone, but doesn't quite get it. Not quite enough just yet. Extra Marines just popping out. Carapace still building through. That Queen on the way. Extra drones and the Overlord's building up. Stimpak's about halfway done. Starport as well for Clem. Like I say, with such an emphasis on bio, tough for him to do much. I mean, he had this setup against Shin as well, though, and he was actually pretty successful with how active he was able to be with it. Solo is correct to get into the Carapace upgrade first. Carapace is great against any kind of Marine heavy opening. That's already a pretty major plus as the rest of the Marines come up top. Clem is going to bring them back to the top side. Again, Lings, the Queen, the drones, the Carapace continue to come through. Lair on the hatchery building at the moment as the Marines are able to turn the Ling away once more. There's the Lair building in that main base. The Marines get across. Overlord is going to get taken down. Just going to catch that one immediately. Again, Marines, Medivacs, Stimpak coming through. Engineering base coming up also. Main nest hatchery. Lair on the Overlords again. All of that continue to come through at the moment. Means that Medivac still stepping across. So get that. Ling gets grabbed. And we just come over. It's going to be seeing this hatchery cancelling. Marine stepping through. Little scan coming out. Group Tumor down. Overlord in some trouble as well. Queen stepping up. Just going to be seeing the Ling Bane going to chase across. The Marines are going to stem and kite backwards. The Banes are enough of a threat to get these Medivacs lifting and getting out of there for a couple of moments. The 1-1 combat shield are still building through. +1 melee, +2 Carapace coming over. The Bane's speed is about halfway done as well as we grab an Overlord in the main. It's going to supply block Solar. And Clem will continue to just find some little bits of efficiency that will not be efficient if he flies into the Queens, though. These Medivacs are out of sync on their boosts, by the way. It keeps looking really weird, and it's simply because he's got boost on one Medivac, but not on the others. Bit of a funky situation as the Marines step up. Queens, Lings looking to get forward. That hatchery is still building through on that forward position as well. +1 attack, +1 Carapace. Combat shield, all continue to produce through. The couple of Widow Mines coming up as well. Oh, one Ling chasing after those Widow Mines again. Marines going to stim, get after those Lings. Marines going to stim as well. Who's observing? Should be Inu's cam unless I messed it up. Yeah, Inu's cam. As, we are going to see the Lings chasing in. Widow Mine gets taken out. The other Widow Mine fires. That Widow Mine would not have fired, I think, in the past. It does manage to fire here as the Marines get in after a couple of the Queens. One Queen down, two Queens down. Load back up, we escape back away. Clem setting 1-1 upgrades. Again, Carapace coming up from Solar. The Marines continue to unload. Hydra's Lings continue to come through. Guru Spines, the melee upgrade, and the +2 Carapace coming up as well. Still a little bit of a push on the left side. Is Indy even here? Maybe we should, I was going to say I could swap to Indy's cam because I feel like Indy's a little bit all over, but I don't think Indy's here either. We've also lost game music, guys. It's not happened for a while. I thought they fixed this, but apparently not. Apparently music still just randomly stops after a while. Trying to push up this right side. Wouldn't mind trying to line it up. We're not going to get through. A couple of those Queens already in some trouble. Lings are chasing forward. Clem very well pre-split here. Widow Mine's not even going off just yet. That's a good mine. Dead center on a bunch of Lings. We are going to load and go into the main of the Zerg. There's a push on the left side. Denies the gold base as well. And it's looking very, very good at the moment for our Terran. Clem up one and yeah, setting himself up nicely in this game too. It's a lot of damage done. Base denial on the gold is obviously a pretty big deal as well. It's a pretty major positive as the Marines step up. They're going to get this Overlord, more Lings, more Banes. Would like to come in once again if possible. Maybe seeing the few Marines unloading over on that right side as well. And then Hydra's going to fire. A couple of those Marines getting attacked. Marines mines continue to come across. Widow mines will burrow. A couple of those lanes going down very quickly, trying to retarget. You can see the Widow mines firing where they can. The medevacs load up. They're going to back away. Hydra's again going to get there for the medevac for a moment or two, pushing that back. He's going to get a few more overlords. Those overlords taking some mega damage. It's going to be a big supply block for Solar. Clem pushing to the bottom left, and he's going to get counterattacked to the top side of the map as well. A couple of Widow mines trying to aim in that main base. There's no splash damage here, no? The Banes are a bit too far off. I mean, Clem's evacuating his side of the map. A couple of the Banes target fire down. We get every Baneling so far. There's a few left in the background. Widow mine's friendly firing is the only splash Solar is seeing because the Banelings are not allowed to connect. A few more Banes about to morph. Clem gets them as well as they finish morphing, by the way. That's even sicker because it means that he gets rid of these Banes when they've already spent their money on becoming Banelings rather than cancelling and giving some of the gas back. Yeah, that's... I think that's unbeatable levels of success. I don't know if those Banes at the end were target fire, but he purposely didn't target them in eggs because he was confident they were going to die otherwise. Planetary is going to hold its own here as well. SCV repair is good. Solar's out while Clem 2, Solar 0 in this best of 5 final. Clem looking for another WardiTV Monday victory. A win today for Clem would be his 27th Monday victory. As we run the ads before game 3 here, Clem up 2-0 with some crazy Banelings being denied. That focus fire multiple fronts is crazy. It was just the fact that it was like extended over a long period, and it was really like it was here, then it was there, and it was like here again. Like it wasn't just like, oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, we're good, you know? It was multiple rounds of Banelings going down. Yeah, Clem just says no to Banelings, basically. Crazy business. All right, we are loading into the game, guys, in a second. Sanctuary is going to be our map, so we know that already. And get this ready to go in just a few moments. Oh. Let's count down into game 3. Clem's down good against Zerg as expected. Yeah, dude's pretty good. Solo is really good in CVT as well, is also the crazy thing. Crazy biz. Alright, top right hand side, the Baneling killer. This is Clem. As you have down the bottom left, our blue Zerg is going to be Solar. Yeah, we have no game music, guys, because it's bugged and we have to fully relog to get it to fix, I think. So I cannot give you background music right now. I apologize. It's just gone. Yo, Chili McBilly, thank you for the 19-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'll try and relog after this game. I'm just scared when they're starting games quickly and stuff, you know? Because, Yeah. Bring up my phone and hold it next to the mic. We talked about this last time. Someone on YouTube got really annoyed at me in the comments afterwards because I basically said I'm not gonna go and find a Spotify playlist of like StarCraft music and put it on and all of this and whatever. And they got really annoyed. They said this is exactly why you're a failing caster. This comment was great. I deleted it because I delete most negative comments because I CBA. But it was honestly kind of funny. He was like, this is why you're a failing caster. This is why nobody watches you. You don't want to put effort into anything. You just want to AFK and like, talk about whatever's not even happening on the screen. It's insane that anyone supports you anymore. I'm like, I'm so sorry that I didn't want to, like, in the middle of a cast, stop and put Spotify on and balance the audio. Like, I gave a very good reason for it as well. It's like, it takes effort. Like, if it's a YouTube playlist, I don't know if it's going to randomly randomize into something else and stuff, Yeah, I'm just not 100% sure how it's going to go. So I was like, yeah, I'd rather just go without music for a game or two and, we'll try and fix it later. The dude was mad. Ay. My stuff's good enough. People like me watch you don't even play the game. Whoa, hold up. Don't you know I'm actually StarCraft public enemy #1 right now still? Yeah, I am actually the guy to hate on right now. It's really fun. On our StarCraft TL, people, the Wardy hate train has been real since the patch. It's crazy. Triple CC from Clem here. I'm just gonna have to talk more to make sure you guys don't feel the lack of background music, guys. I'll just keep on yapping. I was going to see the couple of queens going to be there. That Reaper gets pushed away. What was this build from Clem? It's not quite standard because he's not going Hellions, right? He's going triple CC, extra barracks. I think this is in part because like some road troll-ins are maybe a little bit stronger right now as from Zergs if you go triple CC. So by going for the Marines, you're giving up map control, but you're giving yourself ability to kind of be on the map with Marines, perhaps. And it does take away a lot of the roach attacks, at least. Doesn't make sense because I'm a foundational pillar of the scene. Whoa. But you see, if they say that what Wardy does for StarCraft is great, and then they shit on me, it's okay. I think is the rule. You've got to first open your sentence by saying, I love the tournaments that Wardy runs and so on, and he's really important, but I effing hate this guy, and I think he should disappear, and the world would be better without him. But as long as you open with the first part, that's the middle ground that we hit, Yeah, it's funny. Don't let the haters get to me. It's okay. I could not care less about what people say. Thank you, BMW Nick, for the 7-month resub on the Prime, and Plovel for the 11-month resub on the Prime as well. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the Primes. Thank you. Simpack, Combat Shield, Marines and the SCVs coming up, the Refinery as well. Haters gonna hate. I just think it's funny that they have to have like a meta of how to hate me, otherwise they don't get upvoted. It's like they have to justify what they're hating on, Anyway, yo, my boy, SCT2, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs going out to Musty, It's JD, Rexstorm, Late Chrononaut, and Remod89. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate you. Love you, man. Appreciate you too. Thank you so much. It's okay. I'm keeping track. Yeah. You guys have no idea. There are like 2 or 3 people that are on Helen's hit list, and the moment they come back to the Wardy stream and say something, oh, it's going to be glorious. I think Helen's going to become a mod for a minute. She's going to ban them. It's going to be great. We have receipts. It's going to be good. The hyperbole of me saying I'd stop stream if the patch went through. Yeah, but I didn't even say this. I just said that patches like this make me not want to do StarCraft content. Which is true. It's not a threat. It's not me saying I'm going to stop. It's just, patches like this make me less likely to want to keep doing it. Like, I feel like this got taken in a very wrong way, and people are really running with it, but yeah, I know. Can't really help that one. Marines are pushing. Clem has obviously got a lot of units, a lot of supply right now as these Marines head to that bottom left side. Melee upgrade's coming up. Just going to stim through a couple of queens. We're going to transfuse. It's a good ling count. I like it from Solo in a way that he backs away with the lings. He's like, okay, try and preserve some, but it apparently is just not enough. That's another queen down. We're going to stim again. Wow. This honestly looked like it was enough from Solo. The problem is now you hit that critical mass and Clem can just get so much value. Oh, the two queens get away. That's actually pretty nice. Very cool. Yeah, what's up, a little bit dicey? Thank you for the 32-month resub as well. Guys, we've got a couple minutes to hit a hype train. If you guys want to hit one more sub or hit up a little bit of love, would go a long way. We appreciate it. And, you know, hype trains are cool sometimes. We can sell out a little. Anyways, I'm obligated to say hype train when the hype train is a moment away, you know. Oh, well, now you guys have got to start a hype train because SCT2 dropped another 5, but he already dropped 5, so it was already counting. Thank you so much for another 5 going out to Maples, Muffin Man SC, Genevieve, Nate, The Estranged, and Delphius. Thank you so much for 5 more gifted subs. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Coffee units continue to come around. Trying to see what else is going on. I'll make the Void Ray sound if we reach 800 subs. I'll just make the Void Ray. Honestly, the Void Ray sound's old news. Like, we make the Archon sound nowadays. The Archon sound is the real feature. As the few Marines step forward, Ling Bane going to take some damage for a second. I'm just going to sit here for a few moments. Sorry guys, BRB 1 second. Those Marines going to keep chasing around. Actually going to have to lift back up into the medevac as the Queens push this back. As yo, Tread at 28. Thank you so much for the 7-month resub on the Prime. That does kick us off onto the level 2, instant level 2 hype train. How about that? Crazy. Alright, we've been talking a little bit here and there. It's going to be seen how Marines and the medevacs continue to gather around. Ling's going to be there. Ling's going to be hanging around. The Marines are going to step up. I see the Marines loading back into the skies. Ling, Bane, Hydra regathering. Queens on the bottom of this as well. Extra Lings and Banes coming over. Hydra's also coming over. So being forced to defend on multiple fronts. What's the resources lost at? 2.8 to 1.7. Not super terrible. Infestation pit still coming through. The few Marines coming about as well. Lings, drones, Queens continue to come around also. So you can see that medevac already dropping as you see the couple Queens are going to try and come back over. It's going to see the drilling claws, 2-2 upgrades on the way about. Widowmine gets blasted. The few Marines are going to fight against this Ling Bane. A couple more of these Banes being targeted already. But good pushing from Solar. Banes from Clem. He has to split apart from them. Good splits. Minimizes that damage very nicely. It's going to lose this factory. Try to repair it with the SCVs, which would have been a nice save. It wasn't bad for Clem at all, honestly. 5 SCVs. Losing the factory is a bit of a shame, but... I mean, it is a shame because he's trying to build Widow Mines while Drilling Claws is finishing. But that was otherwise a pretty good save. Like, Clem could have lost so many more units there. Even the split against the Banelings was actually very good and effective in the grand scheme of things as well. Widowmine, Bio, still pushing forward. A couple of these Banes trying to come through. It's going to see a couple of these Banes coming across for a second. And it's going to be having our 2-2 upgrades settling. The few medevac's going to pull over to the side for a moment. And it's going to be seeing the Lings, Hive, Lurkaden all continue to come about here. This medevac force coming over as we do have our Overlord speeds about to finish up from Solar. And again, Lurkaden's almost out. This is one of the things which Solar really generally does like playing around. Once he hits that Lurkaden, he generally plays very, very well. Only going through that upper left-hand side. Going to jump onto this hatchery. On the bottom side of the map, Clem is putting some pressure on as well, as we are going to see the Lings, the Banes, and the Hydras going through once again. Just going to see these couple of medevacs trying to escape away over to the sides. It's going to be seen the Lurk Den is going to get killed in a couple of moments. Just going to see that medevac force just getting shoved away. I'm going to get pushed out of here for a couple of moments too, so just going to chase this out. Ling's looking for a wraparound once again. Topside fight actually is still happening. This army is still chasing through. Widowmine helps us out a lot at the front. What's that Widowmine kill count? 13, yeah. Got a pretty big shot off. As you see the little drop on the bottom from Clem at least being denied. Still able to push this part away. Bane Hydra pulling back. The bio is still chasing through. More Banes gathering up. A couple of these Banes are trying to crash on forward into these Marauders at the moment. Bio holding on the ramp quite nicely, and Clem again just going to load up the drops. Clem's been dropping a lot, no? He's been constantly sending these drops around the map. And tell you what, denying the Lurker Den is a pretty big deal, right? Because that really does slow Solar from being into that stage of the game where Lurkers just make him feel so much more confident or so much more comfortable. Marines unload, a couple more Creep Tumors going down already. Medevac on the bottom, the few Marauders unloading once again. Hatcher in the top left-hand side is going to get targeted. This Medevac, of course, can lift up and get away. Nice snipe on the base. Solar is only a 4-base Zerg without that top left-hand side, so it's not where you want to be as the Terran's already established into 5 bases. Liberator is set up. A couple drones already going down. A couple Marauders are going to shoot at the Extractors. You're not going to see this Widowmine just going to hit the Queens, but that's 2 Queens that fall. Clem's like, I would really love to kill another base of yours. I feel like that'd be very good for me. The button saves a bunch of units, man. That's kind of crazy, because if that medevac had taken longer to pick up as well, it would have died, because it's super low HP. Once again, the button claims another victim. He's going to try and unload into this corner. Parasite bombs. Let me see, I've got more units coming around. The medevac goes down again. Once again, just going to see a bit of denial there. Another Marines coming back into the center. So I guess I got to tap out, open my hype chest. I got a fish with a heart. Crazy business. Wow. Oh, hatchery goes down. The button saves at least one medevac. That one medevac that did lift was the low HP one. That is the downside of the button, actually, that you don't get to pick which medevac the units go into, right? So in this case, the units loaded into the low HP medevac, and that got targeted down. So a couple more Widowmines pulling away. Lings are still coming across. A couple more of those Lings going down. CC is going to try and get placed. Multiple command centers coming into place already. Advanced ballistics coming up as well. Widowmine shot goes off. Another Widowmine trying to get burrowed here. The Ling Bane still trying to chase through. Hitting a lot of the Ling Bane. The Viper is going to drop some blinding clouds in. We do drop an EMP as well. Turning around once more. This base goes down on that right-hand side. Just going to be seeing the dive in. A couple of Widowmines going to go up onto the Overseers. Banes are going to try and chase through. 11 workers already down. Clem with the supply lead. Lib Marines go still setting up. A few Marines want to get after this hatchery. This hatchery is super low. I mean, again, Clem is obviously in the business of denying bases. Solo's going to have serious issues. The problem is right now I imagine Lava's a problem because he's lost so many bases. This hatch is super low, by the way. 5 hit points is what it remains on currently. Nothing left in that medevac to finish it off. And we've obviously been killing Queens too, so it's not even like we have a couple of transfusions just sitting around the corner. Solo is at least going to get to Lurkers. Will that be enough to make a significant difference? Wing's going to run through a couple of these SCVs, going to get jumped on straight away. A couple of Widowmines will burrow up. Oh, friendly fire onto the SCV. Is going to see a couple more going down. A lot of them hurt. Lurkers do push forward. Obviously, this high ground position is always an awkward one to hold against because that low ground base can be, you know, punished by stuff like Lurkers attacking from this high ground especially, and you can rotate onto the top side base from there as well. It's kind of a double whammy of a position, and I don't think Clem, he has a couple libs, he does have some ghosts, and the snipes are coming off. Those Lings hitting the SCVs hurt from before the mines off cooldown to help play the defense. Obviously having some ghosts massive here as Clem losing a lot of SCVs. He's going to come back in. He already killed the bottom right base that was super low. Solo is full committed on the other side, so his reinforcements at home are just a stream of Lings that are going down very quickly. No fortune there. Finally gets in. Does get a couple Widowmine shots on the bio, I believe. The medevac's going to try and drop back in. Because it's just Lings, they have to run in from awkward angles and stuff, right? I mean, I think we've got enough now to deal with this, but even just the amount that Solo already lost was an issue. He's got a real lack of units. The base denial throughout this game has just been fantastic. Because I think that is going to be enough on this one. The Bioforce coming through. A couple more of these Crypt Teamers being cleaned out. Wooden Mines are going to burrow. Going after a few more Zerglings. Hydra's trying to lunge forward. We're just going to be seeing the Liberator setting up. Bio continues to push through. Hydras keep going down. That is going to be that. Clem cleans up everything on this top side. And the statement is made by Solar. GG. He was complaining about Terran when he was in the semifinals with herO, by the way. Crazy. I wonder what he feels is actually busted if he's being serious. Mine fire time and stuff, maybe. Hello4, thank you so much for the 55-month resub. Who else is excited for the StarCraft 4 announcement at BlizzCon with 2 workers starting Swarm Host Tier 0? God, that'd be good. If every race got their own Swarm Host, we could get more of those Swarm Host versus Swarm Host kind of games, you know? Could be crazy. Clem wins his 27th WardiTV Mondays. Solar takes his 4th second place alongside his 4 first place finishes, which he has, as today was his 8th finals in WardiTV Monday history as well. His 2nd in 3 weeks. We'll see if he's back next week for WardiTV Mondays 96, which will be back on a Monday, by the way, guys. We will be back on the Monday for next week's Monday Cup. So back on Monday, not Tuesday anymore. Back on Monday for the next few. So fear not if that is something that gets into your inner workings of your brain. That is going to be that. All right, couple things to mention, guys. First of all, mentioned this a few times in the past, but Helen, the Wardy wife, has her own YouTube channel, and she just put up a new video. So if you guys want to go give Helen some love, it was her birthday on Friday. Go check out her channel. Check out her recent video. It's like she's like as you can see, she's into building stuff and building games, and it's really cool. Some of the stuff she makes. So I highly recommend you check it out. She is the sponsor of WardiTV Mondays because she keeps me sane enough for every Monday for me to come back and cast some more games. So, and she keeps people on her hit list as well to keep track clear of the people who think they can chat shit in other chats and then come back here and, you know, come back here and try and be part of the community still. So, go check out Helen's channel. I put the link for that in the Twitch chat. We also have the new thing that we are checking out, guys. Link in the chat in a second, is we are trialing a WardiTV 24/7 stream, which includes a bunch of games. Basically, we're playing a bunch of games over from years gone by, and right now we are playing games from 2018. So if you want to go and hang out, we're going to raid this. Usually we raid other people after, you know, StarCraft, but today we'll be raiding this as this trial run. So if you want even more StarCraft, you can come and check out this this Twitch channel that will, in theory, be 24/7. I do need to go and I need to spend like 2 minutes doing a couple of things on the PC because Skype keeps popping up, so I need to uninstall Skype. So I'm going to raid you guys over there in a minute or two. But if you guys want to check it out, drop a follow. It helps a bunch. And yeah, this will be, in theory, live for 24/7, as long as it keeps on working. So yeah, right now it's playing games from 2018, which includes basically a bunch of stuff from... the Kung Fu Cup back then. It tells you you can actually use the bracket here, and WardiBot is over here as well, and it will tell you a bit about the games that are coming up and what tournaments they're from and stuff. So yeah, I need to go and fix a couple of things, and we can do that. You blame Loco for this? Man, I had this idea before Loco had his 24/7 stream, but I didn't believe in executing it, and then Loco did his, and now I'm like, wow, got to do the Wardy one as well. So yes, we will. I'll send you guys over there after the ads play on this channel. And like I say, we'll see. I mean, the idea is it runs some ads and we get ad revenue, and ad revenue helps us to run more tournaments. Thanks so much for watching on the YouTube as well. If you're on the YouTube, like and subscribe. It's greatly appreciated. It helps us out a whole bunch. And yeah, like I say, I'll read you guys over to our 24/7 channel. We'll see how that goes. If the 24/7 channel breaks, you can ! Discord or help, and you can come after me and stuff. But yeah, fun Monday Cup today. We had some really good games. In terms of StarCraft 2, we're back tomorrow with Kung Fu Cup because it's Wednesday tomorrow, not Tuesday. And then Thursday and Friday, we have qualifiers for the WardiTV Summer Cup, which is coming up, a $1,000 tournament coming up over the next week or two. We are casting every day for the next week and a half, basically. There's lots of StarCraft basically going on. So, yeah. Some ads on the outro. Like I said, I'll read you guys over. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you all. Hope you have a great rest of your day. And I'll see you guys again next time, which will be tomorrow for some Kung Fu Cup action. I'll probably be hanging out on the 24/7 channel to make sure it's all working as well. Like I say, run some ads, host you guys over. I'll see you guys tomorrow for some Kung Fu Cup. Thanks for watching the WardiTV Mondays on a Tuesday. Until next time, guys. Bye. And thanks for all the subs and gifts and support today as well. Appreciate you guys. Thank you, and see you later.